Baby, I'm a broken man, I'm just a shattering storm. Baby, try to find my way as the lonely shadows swarm. Whoa, 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 I'm just a man missing you. Please understand, without you, I'm dying. No one will know how I bear my weight alone. In the end, I choose my solitude. No, I can't go back to my days of innocence. I can't go back, there is no return. Under the cycle of seasons, this passes by yet again. I wonder just where you are now. I can remember when that you are different and that you are yet more beautiful than before. Whoa, whoa, if you say that you are happier now and that's just the way you feel about everything now, well then I guess it's just the way that it is.
Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney, Case 2. Welcome. Howdy, howdy, ho. Hope everyone's having a good one. Thanks for tuning in.
Professor Luke, my name is Luke. I am a gentleman. I wrote this puzzle just to remember. And my hands are sticky. Number 1 ain't quite, I'll say the answer's 3. Another puzzle solved.
Thank you for the Emmy. Also, thanks for the clarification, Mako. There's a fan translation that uses that language. Gotcha. Good to know. Appreciate it. Whoa, you go, big guy. Thanks. Hello. Welcome. Give me really weird dreams. Nice. Good. Yeah, hope everyone's doing well. Let me get caught up so we can get back into it. But so far so good. It's more Ace Attorney, but I'm having a good time. A persistent piece of fandom misinformation. Oh my god. Yeah, what you got? Lay it on me. While I yeah. At least 2 hours. Let's go. So let me get cops and get back into it. It is always nice. It doesn't always line up that way, but it is always nice when I can end stream with the end of a case. I've been doing this long enough that there's been a couple cases that have taken multiple streams, and it's always the like, oh god, do I remember what's happening? There's all of these balls juggled up in the air, and I don't know which ones I need to catch. So it's nice to be like, okay, clean break. I'm sure there might be little plot details I might need to remember, but I don't have to actually be like the actual specific details. Yeah, we did have a Stod stream last night. It's a good time. Was watching Leighton, was most characters with the video, jumped in when I paused now. Nice. There you go.
Professor Luke, my name is Luke. I am a gentleman. I wrote this puzzle just to remember. And my hands are sticky. Number one, ain't quite I'll say the answer's three. Another puzzle solved.
We got two threes in a row. Thank you. Thank you, Blooper Dooper. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Any stream right before the end of the case? I don't think I've ever done that. I feel like usually when I'm like, it's late, I'm exhausted, but it feels like the case might end soon. And if someone chats like, it's only like an hour, and then that means like 2 hours with how slow I am, I'm like, okay. But, yeah. Anyway, yeah, bum. He said it's hard to make jokes. Well, it's fun. it's like it's how I felt like on one extreme is something like Dispatch, where like other than a couple of decisions I had to make, that felt like me wheeling out the AV cart and being like, all right, Chad, it's movie time. That game had voice acting. I was mostly just tapping buttons and letting things happen. This I'm like having to read. No, I don't have to read. I enjoy reading everything. But it feels like I have to be paying attention because you never know when something minute might be important later. You have to keep track of what's going on the characters and the timelines and events and stuff. So it feels more active to me, and being able to bounce off the chat with stuff is a good time. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, it is kind of hard to make jokes sometimes. You can't outshoot Takumi. Because how many things last stream were real that myself or someone in chat joked about? And then it was like, wait, no, actually, that's where we're going. Okay, so it's great. I only came here for the slurs. Well, yeah, you know, prepare for some more of that. You'll see. Anyway, to celebrate this elimination. Really, Arlo? Is it done? May I see it? I do enjoy some monkey tambourine. Arts and crafts. Shit. You alright? Alright. What you got in here? Wait, oh. Just the first frame of this alone, I'm already like, you have my attention. Is this loud? I don't know if it's gonna be loud, but I'm already enjoying this frame. Oh! Yeah! I don't think there is sound. Holy shit, look at... Whew! I've never seen his eyeballs animated. It's kind of rad. Yo! It's really good. Thank you. That August, that is incredible. Crowds replied to it and said, "Look at my fucking lawyer dog. I'm going to jail." Yeah, real. Well, I started with Flockstep in the starting soon, and people were posting some Dan emotes, and I wanted to relate apropos of nothing. I wanted to share this this Dan clip from his stream the other day, because you should follow Dan, but also this is just a very, very good clip. So hold on, let's go over here real quick. That was there we go. He was playing Unfair Flips.
Okay, now this one. If I get this one, chat, we're all getting laid. What the fuck was that? What do you mean? Don't look at me.
It's good. It's good. Yeah.
Am I getting laid or not?
Oh, God.
I guess we're all asexual now.
Woo! Woo, Ace Pride. All right. Anyway, yeah, that was fun. Go follow Dan. It's great. Don't look at me. Let's go. Anyway, so first of all, since last stream, some people resubbed, which is cool. You can have emotes and stuff. Artemis the Raccoon, Snow Beetle, Crank GP, Banana Friend, the Dubba Derpa with 15 months, Sonic Umana, and Kibble the Brave. Thank you all so much. Hope you're doing well. Ugron, thanks for 6 years. Enjoy your Kiwi Key. Maya, spin. Smash Pat, thanks for 100 bits. Draw a pile, yes. No, because yeah, no. I don't want to get in all, I don't know. Yes. I don't even know what to say. Yes, you are right. I remember those streams and those bits. My stance is like, I don't want to celebrate someone dying, but I can be like, yeah, dude had some was espousing some negative vibes, to put it very mildly, and fuck that. Zachatron, thanks for $5. Hey Stinko man, it's 20XD6 now, so where's your blue anime hair? I'm working on it. I'm growing it in every single day. Also, Smash Matt said they better drop a Nintendo Direct to tell us when Rhythm Heaven Groove is coming out this year. When did they announce that? I don't know when they announced it. It's like last year, sometime. But we'll see. They'll announce it when it's well and truly ready, and I am ready for that. Scream Flango, thanks for the hammy. Tomorrow's my 30th birthday. Here's a little birthday ham. Excited to see more gay lawyers today. Hell yeah. Happy birthday. Hope it's a good start to the year. Appreciate it. Was watching at 1.75. Welcome back with Tomodachi Life. Oh my god, can you imagine like a dual copy, a single box set, New Rhythm Heaven and Tomodachi Life? That would be on par with like the orange box in terms of value. Femme of Center, thanks for 26 months. Bah. Tapping my head to match the beat to Rhythm Heaven. Hell yeah. You can't not. You can't not. Tina, thanks for 38 bits. Elementary, my dear WasStreamer. It seems to be Colonel Mustard with the Rube. This is a really neat mini case. I adore the aesthetics of an old-timey censored. You'll see what I mean. Now I'm concerned. In the meantime, I'm gonna go listen to Miku and Taito some more. They were in late 19th century Japan, right? That's when Miku was born. Was late 1800s in Japan. I think that is correct. It's up to you. Blooper Dooper, thank you for the hammy. I'm very mad I missed last stream. Well, I'm mad you missed it. I'm so happy you're finally playing Taga. I've been very physically unwell as of late, and college is happening, so shit is in the drain. But I'm so glad you're playing this game. It's gonna really help. Also, how are you feeling about Ryunosuke? He's my favorite Ace Attorney character ever. Hope you're enjoying him. Smiley face. He's my favorite mouse. He's a mouse? No spoilers. No, he's good. I mean, it's like Taito. Like Taito. Gotcha. My ignorance is overwhelming. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, no, it's early days. I haven't really gotten to know Ryunosuke, but the early impressions are good. I like how, to contrast the two main protagonist lawyers we know I know at this point, Phoenix and Apollo, he's got his own different flavor. Like, he's not like, I'm gonna be the best lawyer there is, or I have like this childhood reason for wanting to follow this path. He's just like, I guess I'm in law school, but I think this sucks, actually. like he has the knowledge and experience and expertise to like stand there. Well, but Athena, you didn't like, she's not a prosecuting attorney in the same way. I'm not gonna cover every single, it's like the main two characters, right? I'm not talking about Edgeworth and the investigations. He's not a law student? He's at Yume University. Is he not a law student? I had the impression that he was studying law. I know that, what's his face? He's a language, he just studies English? They mention English class. He's actually just studying English? Whoa, whoa, whoa. He's apprentice janitor. Oh. Yeah, Kazuma. I was blanking on his name. He was old, Kazi. So he's the law student. I had the impression that he was studying law. Okay, good to know. So he's not even a law student. He's just a college kid. I don't know why I thought Yume University was like a law school or something, but... Also, he's like 23? Which I'm like, that's at least some sort of graduate program. I don't know. I don't know how it went in 19th century Japan, so, yeah. And he had to represent himself. Right, which is even more fucked. An English student. So that is even more fun. But anyway, the point being that that doesn't change how I feel. It's just that he's a student who has no aspirations to be a lawyer, who's forced in this position. And is just kind of fucking around, and like, that's a fun vibe. Honestly, a lot of it is, I gotta turn it down a little more. With music with lyrics, I'm like, I can't concentrate. Here's something kids got to do. I mean, that's also, Could be true. A lot of what endears me to him is his animation and his posing, which is kind of always Ace Attorney's trick, but the quality of the animations and the posing being what they are, like this is a team that's firing on all cylinders, and there are so many fun little character things with him already that just make him a very likable guy. You know, he's a very likable underdog. I guess my current question is, as we head into case 2, is how the fuck does he become a great Ace Attorney if he's, for one, not even a law student, for 2 is like, fuck this, I'm out. Like, we'll see. But it's not like a lot of case 1s are like, whoo, I got my first case, like that was crazy. But like now we'll see, you know, how case 2 comes, and it's like a different trial against and tribulation against what they know, and forces them to improve. So I'm just like, I have some interesting questions about him. But yeah, anyway, I like him so far. But it's not enough for me to be like, he's the best. I'm like, yeah, he's fun. I like his dynamic with Kazuma. Neat. Yeah, maybe they just go, phew, that was crazy, and the rest of this game is just like a Persona, like, life sim kind of thing, where you're trying to get through the semester without getting accused as being accomplice to murder. It really goes to show, across all the Ace Attorney games and all the cases, it really goes to show, if you are ever witness to a crime, don't step into the middle of the crime scene and touch evidence. These games do not constitute legal advice, naturally. However, if you can learn one thing, it's probably don't go, what, a gun? Huh? Probably a bad idea. Just do that. Just you know, oh look, neat. So, you know, sound advice. He didn't know there was a crime. Right. It's not like he heard a gunshot and then picked it up and was like, huh? But that's also happened. So anyway, exclusively, that's fine. We don't have tongue fingerprinting technology yet. So for the time being, not gonna kiss crime on. Post MacFest. Nice. Go get a good MacFest. You will not learn about the law, but you will learn about gay people. Hell yeah. That's what I'm here for. Hello, welcome. Anyway, Ashborn Phoenix, thanks for 100 bits. Can't wait to see what you think of this case. There's certain elements of this case that's fairly unique amongst the series. While I'm a fan of them trying it for the case, there are people who are definitely not as fond of it. I heard some people were saying that this first case that we're done with was like the weakest case of the duology. And a lot of people were saying case 2 sucks real bad, so whatever. But historically, whenever I've had a lot of people in chat being like, oh, this is a fan divisive case, or I don't like this one, I'm usually kind of positive on it, or at least just like, I enjoyed it, but I see the complaints, but it's rarely like hit me as like, oh, that... There's only a couple instances of Ace Attorney where I've really felt like, oh man, and it's usually a pacing thing more than an actual content thing, because when a case is really, really contrived in a way that makes me mad, it's hard to even be like that. Like, I'm mad about it in a way where I'm like, oh, you, like, I'm not, it's rare that I'm like genuinely like, okay, like, there are some times when I get hung up on a detail where it's like, the games train you to look for tiny little minute inconsistencies and wait for your moment to strike on that. And sometimes that's a red herring. Or sometimes it's just something they didn't really fully think of. Or sometimes it's a misunderstanding that I just refuse to let go. And because I'm stubborn. So, but most of the time I'm like, yeah, that was still fun. Even the worst Ace Attorney case is still a good time. So, yeah. Gunshot heaven. There you go. Anyway, and also Zeno, thanks for 47 months. 47. Your target is Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I think it's on sale on Steam. Good luck. Let me get back to the video game. How's that sound? Sorry to interrupt Remix 8 from Rhythm Heaven. Yeah, but we're gonna go back over here to the Great Ace Attorney Case 2. The 2 stands for twoooo. Video James. Yeah. Thanks for everyone tuning in. Let's get the fuck back into it. All right. Start playing from the Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckle. Oh, now that's a silhouette that we haven't seen so far. Investigation. All right. Buckle up. Boat. Can I outwit Takumi? Absolutely not.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
Is this Watson?
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Oh, the speckled band was a horse. This actor was... God! I'm not gonna get... Irene Adder? That's funny. That's funny.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in
Thank
any
you, chat.
way.
Sort of-
So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery.
Sir?
In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Sir? What? Huh? Why did they... Huh?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder, and in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
What on earth is happening? I'm just a little bit upset that he had, like, a chambered revolver and then, like, loaded something into the front. I don't know guns, but it had, like, cylinders for bullets, and then he just put something in the front of the gun, which was like, but what is that? Is that how that works? My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. Thank you, Toasty Posy. There's trouble in the air. Where is my sandwich? Huh. Not dead? Wait, I can't move. Ah, finally. It's been one case and we've already been imprisoned for our crimes. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? Don't tell me that Sherlock thinks we're the one that killed somebody and then... This can't keep happening. So you wake up now, Oh. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You! You found me then. Duh, we found you. And now you pay. Criminal. With a K. Which means... How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you have been found, it is time to admit your crimes. Thanks, Conker. Almost a year. Wait a sec, is that Sholmes? Sholmes is nearby, unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that? Oh. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Don't tell me it's... Don't tell me it's... Where is he? Where's God, we couldn't make it one case without something tragic befalling the fucking mentor character. Okay, all right. Well, R.I.P. Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. God damn. Is he laying face down, but his bandana is still blood? It's too soon. It's too soon. Oh, that was a cool camera move. Here in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. I know, I'm sorry, it's too soon. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And he knows Cyrillic, but... Is there a Cyrillic character that's a little triangle guy? I don't remember. I don't know if there is. And these handcuffs, surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Bill Cipher? Yeah. He's a Cyrillic character, right? I think so? Okay. Is there literally not a single case without death in this whole series? I mean, it's kind of a case, it's kind of a game series about murder mysteries, so... You know. Anyway. Kinda. Sorta. Greek symbol. I know, I was like, it looked like a Greek character, but... There's that one. No, that was different than what he looked like he drew, but... Yeah. We're just looking through a porthole? Oh, yeah. Much like to kill... Stop. Answer me, please! No! No! That is the descent. Okay. Cyrillic is derived from Greek, actually. Oh. That's cool. Chasm. It was just 2 short weeks ago. There he is. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Oh. This is like, you know, you ever talk to someone who's going on a trip and you're like, oh, if only I could like hop in your luggage, haha, and everyone's like, oh, that's funny. And then Cosmo took it literally. Is that what happened here? He's like, okay, time to put you in my luggage. There you go. Couldn't leave his boyfriend behind, yeah. Bet. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes. I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. Yeesh. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. For 50 days? I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What would be the route that they would have taken? Because I don't think the Panama Canal was a thing until the early 1900s. Would they have to go around Cape Horn? I don't know. Suez Canal was around by now. Were they going that way through like Egypt that way? I'm like, either they went across the Pacific and looped around. I don't know which way. Yeah, probably going east through the Suez would be quicker. Yeah, but then they'd have to loop around all of Europe. Yeah, that sucks. The boat grows legs. Oh, okay, that's nice. Bring them a map. No. So yeah, I'm like, would they have gone South Africa? That seems probably across all the Pacific. Seems like probably much further. So you have to carry the boat. Yeah, everyone gets outside and carries it on their shoulders. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. And they wrote it in Japanese on a Russian ship going to England, and they thought that would work. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. Is there one inside? Yeah. I mean, they are idiots. Apparently, it absolutely didn't work. He's been accused of murder. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer? No, I'm not a murderer. Nah, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Ah, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Everything was knocked over on the shelves there. So there must have been some choppy waters. There's a vent! Hey, chat. There's a vent. Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? He vented. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Still going to deny the charge even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor's examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. They boinked too hard and they exploded. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... Oh. The bandana did stop blowing. That's the saddest part of all. What the hell is he wearing? Is that a pouch? Thank you for the bits. More Eastern transposting. Thinking about either names a bit stuck. If anyone wants to yell at me in either chat or Discord for suggestions, I'm all ears. Best of luck. That's saying he's dead. Exactly. Thanks for this. Everyone Russian. Yeah, that's what I'm like, huh? Did he, though? Did he, or did he write a clue? I don't know. There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but... Is there been a single dying message series that wasn't BS? I feel like it's always important when there's a dying message. It's just, you know, it's something that's... You can't really theorize early on. So... Writing a dying message thing. It's fun. I wish it wasn't the case, but it's very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me, too. Trust me. Now I've told you everything I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, all right. Oh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. Jolly old England. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. She does, Naruhodo. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Naruhodo don't. Oh. This theme is really good. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Oh, yes, you did say that. I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London's at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level... Oh. If you were to become a lawyer, then... Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Huh? Kazuma-sama is... He was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Suzato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yeah. Word perfect, in fact. Last night. The dark age of my husband. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply, you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes. When he gave you your food, was it a pile of wet mush and a very obvious pill inside of it? Like when you're trying to give a pill to a pet? Was that what happened? I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really. Roll that up with some American cheese. Pill wrap onigiri. There you go. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. One giant pill like Orlidor. I don't understand, Kazuma. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Bro didn't know he was a protagonist in an Ace Attorney. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No! I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm gonna find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to excuse me. Hiya! Dead. A second body has been discovered. What the? That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it. Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. I'm glad the conversation is still upside down. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Well... I do have a pin. Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be round or rectangular. I like the spike design. It does cause problems. Good. My badge. Paper seal. Cosmo would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Yeah, that seems to be a big issue with that. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe doors. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course. We didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. I couldn't bear to waste any. That's some good thinking. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it. But I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that, he said? Still, I was sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it. So we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. I mean, I don't know how to read a lick of Japanese, so if I saw this on a door, I would assume haunted curse. Yokai inside. Hiya! Present.
Yes!
The cabinet is a jungshi. Don't like the Japanese, but the food is so yummy. Tell me when I was discovered in the wardrobe. Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Akeru na. Do not open. And yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah. Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. So you did it with an accomplice and you're still guilty. That's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. Mm-hmm. Well, you should think I am a magician. You might be. Ooh. It's not like your legs are cuffed. Yeah, but you know. If your hands were cuffed tightly in front of you, it would be difficult to get to your feet on your own. Not impossible, but easier if someone helps you. He's an Onmyuji. I don't remember which one is that. Baby, go get it by himself. He needs help. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. All right, let's get to work, Suzato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Help people who think we're demons. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. Wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. I am no conjurer of cheap tricks. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Move. I'm in handcuffs and under house arrest by the crew, not to mention Suzato-san's constant glares. I think it's fair to say that I'm stuck in this cabin for the time being, at least. I should focus on investigating in here to see what I can find out. Using the Eurowitch argument. Leighton versus Phoenix all over again. Right. Sync composer crossover. It's got that kind of vibe. And I really like that OST as well. Ah. The vent! I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? Then present my badge. You're right, I should. What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose. Maybe that's it. Circulating stuffy air wouldn't help, though. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Suzato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Yeah, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? What? Huh? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using the D-pad, aren't you? That's what I did. Let's investigate all corners of the cabin. Okay. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. The first thing I did was go left. But okay. But you are correct. I should go back, converse. I don't think I... Oh, no, core record. Never mind. Yeah, I don't have an option to present my badge. Sad. Presentment? Was there a present button? I'll look again. It's 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Pass the badge. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Now we're all sad. Great. Present. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, chat. Hiya! My badge! Suzato-san, about this. I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. But we don't have time to waste on anything else. We must find clues. She looks serious. Really quite deadly serious. Yeah, what about this, though? Yeah. Naruho, don't. Alright. Yeah. A chair, This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though the last entry's incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. Hiya! That's out of the question. Woo! Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts.
But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case?
All right. I won't read it. I thought it was possibly important that the candle was knocked over and extinguished. And it didn't look like it had melted wax onto the table. So the candle was extinguished and then knocked over, maybe? Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Maybe. Or it's nothing. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on the vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes. I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. The ink! Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Let's go back to the VOD. Have a good VOD. Just started watching me play these turn games. Hope you enjoy the journey. See you when you get to this point. I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I also just can't read. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? What? Huh? What? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. What is he doing? As far as I can tell, looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he? He's a peon? Those European toilets are so confusing. You've noticed the man too, have you? Oh, you've noticed him. La criatura. The creature. I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. No, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. Is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. She goes, oh, will you please talk to him? She's uncontrollably excited. Calm down, woman. You are out of control. We'll talk to him after we're done looking at everything else. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. Truly is Maya. A different kind of a Maya, but... which is good. I wouldn't want just here's Maya again in a different time period. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. You shoot? Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? She asked calmly. It's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everyone mown down at once. Victorian era. I wonder if... perhaps was Kazuma-sama's doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps... it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. No messing with the crime scene. Let me mess with the crime scene. Why would she... No one putting books on a shelf would just leave an ominous gap. That's weird. Anyway. Hate a mess. A little tampering is a treat. Stop thinking. You're right. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Cutting back to Sholmes. I almost called him Holmes. Is jarring as fuck. What? Why are you staring at me? Sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Damn. Hey, computer. Thanks for 75. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. What's that? Enhance. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? Would he? And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? Has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Why was Suzanne upside down? Because she threw Naruhodo to the floor. More than once. Zoom. She's my favorite character. Nice. I do like her so far. But I need to know more about her. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Oh, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. She had the book in her sleeve. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. But, I played the original fan translation, the different story, very stark. So this did receive, 1 and 2 did receive official Western releases, right? And not like Investigations where it's only recently. Yeah. So was it just like, well, there were enough, only this one? No. Not only recently. This is it. Oh! This collection was the Western release. Oh! Okay, I thought that these were already released in the West. It did take 45 years. I mean, this collection is a couple years old, as I understand it. I think this was like the first of the batch of re-releases they did. I think it's just when there's that. Gotcha. They were Japan only in 3 years. Oh. Because of Champs-Élysées shit. Okay. I thought it was like just like okay. Gotcha. Because I've heard people mentioning the fan translations, and I was like, I didn't think this was like Investigations 2. I thought this was another series that got full released. Huh. Well, that's extra frustrating then, because if Shutsukumi wasn't allowed to make a full trilogy because it didn't sell that well, you know, I guess it's a fair assumption that like this being so specifically Japanese in its subject matter, it might not have sold like hotcakes at the time. I don't know. 2021. Also hard to look like. Right. That's the misinformation. That's the misinformation about why it's a duology? Okay. So I saw the first, that's what, okay. So I saw the first part of the message, I didn't see the second part. Did you go into that of like, that is not true? That he did not have plans for a trilogy? Was it from the get-go he wanted to make a duology? Yeah, I kept missing the explanation. I apologize. Studio companies always tend to make just one game. By the time they start production, it turned out to be written too much material for one game, which attributed the pressure to making a game that could stand with the original trilogy. It decided to end on back point in the middle of the game. Helped you guys second order. God, okay. I'm sorry I missed that when you said that earlier, but okay. Now I'm gonna take that old version and throw it on my brain. So he always just was like, I want to make a new game, made too much, and said, well, if it does well enough, we'll be able to make 2. And then they did. And then he rode off into the sunset forever. Interesting. Maybe talking about the live by. Okay, gotcha. I'm glad to get it clarified. They are chunky games. I can't imagine how much he must have written if this was already too much. You stopped hugging me. Right. It was like kind of up for grabs. It almost reminds me of like the birthday song situation, the classic Happy Birthday to You, where it was thought to be copyrighted and owned, but then it turned out it actually wasn't owned by them, and it had been public domain for a very long time. Which is not entirely the same case with Sherlock Holmes, but just like, sometimes things are not as cut and dry with copyright as seems like it might be. It might be easy to be like, oh, well, it's this old, therefore, but don't do that to me, JC. Don't give me that hope. He has vanished, and perhaps we'll see him again in 10 years. I wish him a very good disappear for 10 years. They were pissed. I bet. Yeah, because the other Ace Attorney games don't really have... I mean, we'll see. Everything up to this point feels relatively self-contained with, like, maybe there's some overarching mystery we don't have the full picture of. But not in a way that's super unsatisfying. So, anyway. But I'm thinking about it because they contributed to the original generation. Right. Yeah. The Duelist, they was still insisting Holmes wasn't public domain yet because of those couple novels. Which is not how that works, but enough of a reason for a publisher to be like, maybe we don't call him Sherlock Holmes. But, yeah. It's in the same vein that, like, you can't do whatever you want with Mickey Mouse, but Steamboat Willie is public domain now. And that version of Mickey Mouse is. But you can't just do whatever you want with Mickey Mouse the character. It's like, there's nuance to it, but making your own original character calling him Sherlock Holmes and not basing it off of a story that was still copyrighted, whatever. I'm not a fucking expert on this stuff. It just seems like they probably would have been fine. But I like that his name is Sherlock Holmes. That's funnier than if they just called him Sherlock, so anyway. The Japanese word for justice. Seigi. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Oh, Ryunosuke, how little you knew of him. Oh, you thought you knew him. Alas. That's okay. The mysteries of the heart are a mystery to all. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? So I say Seigi's username is Seigi because he's justice. Justice. Even though you stowed away on this ship. Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. They sued Netflix because they claimed that Holmes having emotions was only introduced in the later stories? What? Is that true? That's insane. What? He only had emotions from this book, which is still under copyright, so you're not allowed to present him as having emotions. Holy fuck. That's fucking amazing. They didn't, it wasn't even true. Even if it was true. If it wasn't, that's even funnier. But even if it was true, that's so insanely petty. That's just grasping at straws. Enjoy the Lewis. Yeah, no, seriously. Thanks for the raid, Sword Maiden. Hope you had a good stream. If it's well, they might want to cite it's copyright. Yeah. It's like even if you would win in court, and any judge or jury or whatever would be like, yeah, 100%. Is it worth the time and expense when there's an easier route? And that's why things should be streamlined into how they enter public domain and what is and isn't, just to get around this whole issue. And it's why I'm glad that we're once again, even though we had to wait a few decades, we're once back to a reality where in the US at least things enter public domain once a year, January 1st. It's an exciting time because most of our lives we did not have that. So yippee. Anyway. Yeah. What happened here? There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. It's because of his American cheese wrapped around a pill. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. Boom! Don't tell me a beef swap occurred here as well. Oh, it was chicken. Never mind. That's my dinner from last night, roast chicken. It was really tasty. How did Kazuma-sama... Never mind. I was like, how did he sneak that back into his room? But it's possible he was brought his food here in his room. I think a lot of ships, they would have like a dining area. But yeah, maybe they have room service on this ship. It's very delicious, wasn't it? Did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Suzato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Chimkin swap. He's a mouse. He's not a dog, he's a mouse. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no. Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Sword. The longer I ignore storms, the funnier it is. The Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. But he wasn't supposed to have that in his room. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Is that everything other than the gentleman and the creature? I think so. I think so. Hello. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Your grandma told you that? Sorry? The criminal... The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yet, of course not. Now back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. You there! Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh, this is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe he thinks better with all the blood in his brain. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Urethra! Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Oh god, look at him. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ugh. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry, what do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. FNAF jump scare. I know it's conceited of me to say, but he feels like an adult trilby to me. My D&D character, who's an artificer. Anyway, the train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. He's looking at you. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. You just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the bare-bound occupants of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. He knows it all. Chat, we gotta scatter. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I like his good poses. I don't see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. There's no way yeah. Dead. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. The end. Short game, but, you know. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You're just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Yes, maybe. Ha, there you have it. You see? What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction, more plain observation. Indeed, and observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude, and more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. Now, Sholmes' theme is a perfect blend of, wow, it's the real Sherlock Holmes, and oh no, it's this dipshit again. I mean, at this juncture, it sounds like, oh shit, it's Sherlock. But I'm sure I will come to associate this with, oh fuck. Oh no. Sherlock was addicted to cocaine opium in the books. He sure was. It helped him think with his brain. Dub-a-dub-bum-ba-bum. Herlock. Wait, where's Himlock? So it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. The very same, the inimitable actual Sherlock Holmes. Holmes says do drugs, kids. Do you know this man, Susato-san? Herschel? Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. Sherlock Holmes and them locked homes. Ah, perfect. Yeah. Okay, where were we? Fuck. Shit. Shit. Fuck. Fuck. Damn it. Fuck. That's fine. Alright, the most famous detective in the world. Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. Not just the Himlock Holmes, but the Herlock and the Children Lock. Thank you for that. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Please, my badge. Mr. Sholmes, what do you make of this? If my opinion gets better or worse in the course of both games. I mean, it's starting, quite high, so we'll see. Shh, quiet. When I'm ruminating in the course of my deductions, nothing must disturb my mind. I mean, how many times have I gone off on tangents talking about how one of my favorite tropes in fiction is confident stupidity? Or at least, like, a subset of that, of people being very confidently wrong in a way that isn't frustrating. So, like, there is a type of, oh my god, you're so stupid and that's making my life more difficult, that's annoying. But there's, like, a lot of people in Ace Attorney, like, most of the main cast, for lack of a better term, it's the sharing the brain cell vibe, where it's like, oh, Apollo had his turn with the thought. Okay, now Trucy has had a thought. And now they're back to being dumb as bricks. Like, that's really endearing to me more often than not. When they're all earnest and they're trying, but they're endearingly stupid. But then they have moments where you're like, oh shit, that was a good idea. Especially in a game like this, where it's like, if they're smarter than the player, there's no room for you to deduce anything. The whole point, the magic trick of these games is like giving you just enough to be able to figure things out when you're supposed to. For the plot beat to be like, okay, now you know what happened. So it's good that even someone who's like the great detective Sherlock or Herlock is also kind of a bumbling confident idiot. It's like, I don't know. It more often than not, it works for me in these games. So I'm having a good time. Trucy does sometimes share the brain cell, but point taken. Helpful is Larry. Well, Larry's in the type of like those are the characters that I tend to get frustrated by, because like the Larrys and the old bags are the ones that are like not even remotely self-aware, which I guess all these characters aren't either. How do I put it? It's just like, well, their bumbling stupidity makes things harder for me rather than helping me get to, like, they're obfuscating things, they're getting in the way. That's more frustrating because it's like now you're impediment to me figuring out what happened. As opposed to like, you're trying to help, but you're just wrong about everything, and that's fun. So, he's maliciously stupid. There you go. That's the difference. Endearingly stupid versus maliciously stupid. But then there's times with, like, I will, like, the fucking, I don't remember the number in the case or whatever. The fucking Snowy Mountain Retreat, where he drew the painting of the bridge, and it's upside down crayon scribbles, and this is your photographic evidence. Like, 3-5, thank you. Like, that's, like, peak Larry for me, because that's like such a fun bit that you're having to be like, you stupid man, she was flying. Like, what do you mean? This is what I saw, and figuring out what that meant. It's just like, that was fun for me. But oftentimes he's like, when he's knowingly lying and being like, well, I'm embarrassed, so I'm gonna lie about what happened. That's more annoying to me. So ignore this, then I will. So anyway, so sorry. Back to the video game. An Indian curry, perhaps. What's he ruminating about? The lunch menu? He thought that I handed him an Indian curry? The seal. You're trying to make an actual character and I can't forgive that. That's right. I'm trying to make him an actual character. Gotcha. I've never seen anything like this. Most extraordinary writing. You said the same earlier this morning, I think. Indeed, but its uncommonness is so remarkable I felt the need to say it anew. Yes, I do believe these characters may be a crude attempt at a Japanese script. What? Mr. Naruhodo, I don't like to be the one to tell you this, but I think Mr. Sholmes is trying to say that your handwriting is a little untidy. Is he making fun of me? What the hell? Hello. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? That's a good bit. I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. This is beautiful. Exquisite writing. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. The Randst? Randst. Oh yes, Randst magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never missed an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. You're not? I'm the rich deluded fool you take me. Your inference is backward. Backward. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson. Well, son, I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, a logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. Oh, that's a nice little hat flip. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look me in the eye and claim that? So, you see, I have a turn both for the observation and for deduction. I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Sure. Mr. Holmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. What were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, you're still holding up one. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Holmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Number two, observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Haha, two. Tebpoipob. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Oh. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? Was he leaving a note for the crew to be like, please, my friend is in there, he's going to fucking starve unless you take him out of there? Did he know Russian? I don't know. In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderob may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interests of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there, at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Are school uniforms the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. May I see? Oh. Yeah, alright. Yeah. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered before the body was removed. Yes, Cosmo had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. He's not racist enough? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Photograph is... It's impossible to tell from this angle if he has ink on his finger. Because that's my first thought, is like check the body, make sure he actually wrote that. Because there would be ink all over his goddamn finger. So, Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What's pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah, yes. The train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Whatever that says. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. What were you investigating on the table? Official Omega Felix? Not right now, but thank you. Before we started talking, you were examining Cosmo's desk, weren't you? Cosmo? Ah, yes. The victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. I wanted to observe. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Cosmo's keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but... I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray, be precise as to details. But I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then? He's just like me. Opai. The most important phrases. If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. Whenever I see the word opai, I just think of One Punch Man. Because I remember asking Bath what his hoodie meant. Being like, what? Why does he have a hoodie that says opai on it? It means titty. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. I knew to be sus of the vent. A speckled band, what on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard of that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yeah, the adjoining cabin. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, how did we get... Oh. How did we get a newspaper on the ship? Was that a thing that they had? I guess if we stopped in a port? Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Carrier pigeon. That's cute. Because the Bolsheviks. But anyway, and his name is Villain. Okay, great. Rad. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday. There we go. And last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Cosmo a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Cosmo-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, a villain Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. Thanks, Peanut. Thanks, 41. I didn't know there was many months, right? Me neither. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. He doesn't know. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you? I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Just puts it into Naruhodo's mouth. There you go. That's a rubbish bin now. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. Cast your eye over to it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. Some sort of a Russian ballerina situation. Can't find anything out of place. Well, okay. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no. I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? Suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Didn't he just say, good luck, you'll need a okay, he's just gonna tell us. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Slides in your DMs. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea. But I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. That's about 10 bob. Wow. With current exchange rate, 30 bob? 30 bob. How much is 20,000 rubles circa 1900? How much is that in a Norwegian krone? 3. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Wow. This guy. I didn't even mean to type 3. Thanks, Phantophone. Your phone just knew. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. Nah, me neither. I have no idea what this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with the fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yeah, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, he's like stupid. Okay. Copy that. They're ruble rousers? That's good. Okay, and it gave me a separate thing. Nice. Yo. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream, Allison. Howdy. Where's Cos, my favorite attorney? So about that. He's fine. Welcome. We're a little bit into case 2 of the Great Ace Attorney. No spoilers. Everything's going great. Couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to glance at the article. There might be a picture or two. I'm surprised he remembers to breathe. Yep. He's the combo Larry Gumshoe Amos guy this game. Kinda seems to be. Yeah. I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Did he get mired? He got mia'd. So, yeah. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. That's why I keep striking poses. To stave off the seasickness. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know, not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. I was just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? Huh? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Hiya! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate?
As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part.
He's dead. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Is that? Yeah. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no. It's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Yeah. Oh, yes. You're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes? What can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. God damn it. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. It's crewmate tuberculosis. Well, here's the passenger manifest. Here's everyone included, and tuberculosis. Uh-oh. Hello again. What are you doing here? Well, I should think it's obvious, don't you?
We be pirates, we love to sail the seven seas. Just a bunch of scallywags who are as free can be. We swim through storms and waves, all because you see grand treasure and adventures waiting just for me.
Okay. Alright, everything's fine. Sorry, just had to get out of the way. I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped? I hope. Nearly stopped. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Again. To every corner of the globe. Nice. You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. We've come full circle to using Bar Ahoy to dance to the pirate song from Ace Attorney, to now I associate this sailor outfit with the pirate song from Ace Attorney, to now seeing this outfit in an Ace Attorney. It's like poetry. Hold on. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. Thanks, Blue. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even been a possibility? I'm not sure, but these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. Really? But I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin, not here on the first-class deck. I've failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Okay. Can I move around the ship? We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed outside this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman over there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive. I suppose. Hey, what do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you had already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you're in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. Evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. The captain! The band! The band! What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. My bad. Why are there past and future panels? That's for a future game. Strange in what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yeah, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right. So if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the band was. All right, then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Wait, what? I thought the whole point was that we are under orders to not be left out. Him also being under orders to be forced in this room doesn't mean that we're allowed to... I thought he was going to go to the Whatever. You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. We're gonna worry about that after the fact. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Like, if it was just us in here, I'd be like, sure, but there's other crewmates nearby who won't let us leave without captain's orders, so... Okay, thank you. Let's seize the moment. Just select move, we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Okay. Goodbye. First class passageway. Thanks for the bits. He doesn't have tuberculosis, he has buckwheat allergy from his famous soba shop. Coughing up blood doesn't bother him too much, though. Oh. First and foremost, we must get out of this cabin. Cheese! Oh boy, cheese. Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, hey there. Look over there! That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. He needs a slightly bigger shirt. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose making sure no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Yeah. Hello. Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer!
That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid!
Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Suzato-san.
I am not sailor. My mother gave my name. I am senior crewman Biff Stroganoff.
Yeah, okay. Phew! The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about the first-class cabin area. He better not do a beef swap on me.
Here we are in finest part of Burry steamship for very important persons.
What sort of very important persons?
Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal.
Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Duh!
Suzato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like duh. I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no. Genius.
It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Mmm. No, unless this tie is a fish. Oh, it is a fish. It looks kind of like a lobster when it was sitting down, but yeah, no, that seems kind of... Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff?
Duh, all time.
So criminals
Criminals like you cannot come in or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy.
Were you on watch last night as well?
Of course.
And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Niet.
Suzato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
And you didn't hear anything strange or sense anything was wrong in some way? He's looking to the side. Press X to doubt.
I said no.
Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's?
His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott.
Grimsby?
Grimsby Roylott is very important Western gentleman.
A Western gentleman?
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy.
How can you be so sure about that?
Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly students from insignificant Far East islands.
That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylock came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it. Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there was anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right?
That is not your business.
A giant swirly lollipop?
Oh boy, lollipop. That is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to Captain. To cabin.
Yes, alright. But I didn't finish looking around.
Bulkhead to second-class area staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as English say, when the pigs fly.
Yeah, I understand. When the what? The lot flies into the... Good! Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Alright. This looks like a plan of the SS Burya. It shows each deck. Look. The Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a large, huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the sea? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan. Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Oh, that's it? That's not it. Get back here! That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it, too. Islands don't float. I mean, but the gods made them and they float. So, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Like little, flowers and hearts over the eyes. Look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
Melger saw to guard voiceline.wav. Nothing to report. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Ew, second class. Ugh. Ew. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Well, oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Also, where would you run to? Ooh, cheese! Free cheese on the floor? Ships really are magic. A trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Oh. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? What? Yeah, I suppose you're right. You weren't actually gonna try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Thank you. First class cabin number 1. That's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500, how many cabins are there? Oh, dear God. killing. Well, for anyone that hasn't seen One Punch Man, that the main character wears that hoodie that says Opie. And I was watching with Bath, and I was like, "What is Opie? Is that like a company?" And then Bath was like, "That means boobs." Yeah. Is that Goro Awase? I don't get it. Gotta investigate all 500 cabins. Yep. Thank you. It means titty. It means titty. Bosom. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Goro Awase is at least the North ones. Gotcha. So it's 539. 5 is go. San something. Is that something? Type booster garage, right? You can't imagine it, but maybe you should. Oh, an alarm! It says press only in times of emergency. Go Q. Bob. Draw alarm, apply cargo, crush packs. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, this ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Yeah, okay, let's go in here. Keep your bullshit isolated to your own bullshit sphere. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maya would have pulled it 3 times. Yeah, she would have pulled it and gone, oh, it's just for show. And then you would have been like, I don't think that's just for show, and now I'm very concerned. Maybe whoever is in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. And all of GDQ is evacuating. God. Oh. In case we missed it, there were a couple fire alarms during GDQ where everyone had to evacuate and chat was just sitting there panicking. It was great. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. Can I have some more water, please? Bath opened the door and started dancing. And then when I asked for more water, it started... What? Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. And they're dancing again. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. I thought he was in there. Where has he been? Mr. Sholmes? I shan't be stopped when the fit is on me. I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. When the fit is on me. Sir, can I check your pockets for opium? Please? Wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? Oh. Thank you for the water. And additionally... Konbi. Konbi. You simply must kick something. What? Thank you. Goodbye. The boy. He ate that whole cone. He's gonna go right over here. Thank you. Thanks for hydrate. What can I... The muscular urge to kick is real. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Ninth of January. First class cabin number 2. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? And all the shelving stuff is knocked over in the same exact way. Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me, and you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I am a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? I mean, if they're like a ballerina and they're really flexible or something, you know, I don't know. Just spitballing. Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. The case just shook. It shooketh. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it, this strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. That was all internal monologue. Okay, great. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. I mean, that is classic Ace Attorney assistant character. Reading your thoughts. I agree. I didn't say anything. I assure you it's fine. Here's my university pin. What do you make of this? Listen, do you know why I'm wearing these dark glasses? No, not really. So I do not have to look at things I do not want to look at. Do you understand me? I wish I could point out that you can still see things even when wearing sunglasses. But his chilly air has frozen my lips shut. No, it's fair. Have you seen this before? I've never seen these strange letters before in my life. It says keep out in Japanese. I haven't heard of that language. Seriously? Is the Empire of Japan really that insignificant on the world stage? Want to see a dead body? This word was written on the floor in ink next to where the man died, as if he wrote it in his last moments. It's Russian, isn't it? We believe it means wardrobe, is that right? Yes, that's right. Could you tell us how it's pronounced, please? The pup? Oh, that was pointless. It is very sad. Sorry? The steward told me he was a young man. Yeah, he was my best friend. Guard rob? He did say, Sholmes did say it was guard rob. Robber guard. It's a terrible tragedy. I don't think he's gonna know anything about that. Oh, have you seen this? I don't know what that is. I can't read it. It's a travel diary written by the man who was killed. It's in Japanese. I haven't heard of that language. Seriously? How about the news? We have this Russian newspaper here. I had the same newspaper in my cabin. Maybe they give it to all first-class passengers. Neither of us speak a word of Russian, so we can't read it at all. Would you mind telling us what this article's about? If you do not speak Russian, you do not need to know what it is saying. Russia must be a cold, cold place. We have this Russian newspaper here. Well then, mind if I just kind of root around? What? What are we doing? What are we doing here? I'm just gonna ignore him. What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin. Get out. Can we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No. What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree. Or maybe someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Why are you like this? Why is he like this? I know it's probably the drugs, but why is he like this? I'm just going to talk to him first. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something.
No! Oh, I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now.
This is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree. There may be someone else who can help. Yeah, right. I'm assuming it's just gonna be the same for all those. Small spaces are cozy. You are correct, but I just... Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? You said Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting. Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh, and it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually. You're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? A handle of vodka? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? Show us something like, are suspicious people inherently Russian, or are the Russian people inherently suspicious? Doesn't have much to do with anything. Okay. Yeah.
What?
From time to time, it occurs to me, is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? There you go, Oswald. I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right. And Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence!
What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that?
Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
What do you mean?
Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not?
Huh?
And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not?
There!
Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What ineffable twaddle.
Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right.
How? How could you?
How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery that has bored the train of reasoning. Logic? That's Miles' shtick. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Whoa. Rad. Rad, radical, cool. Rad, great. All man's identity. Whoa. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. This is great. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. No, I don't. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Huh? Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. The sound effects are so good. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. He's just like me for real. He came to the right conclusion for the wrong reasons. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. No, I have a good guy beard. It's different. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing the most grievous crime. No, I'm not. And the proof of this crime, over there. Huh? Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. Huh? It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. I'm like 85% sure that there's a dog in that case, and he's a groomer. Because there was a dog bowl on the floor, and there's a no pet sign in the cabins. So I think that he's committing a crime of dog grooming. Yeah, I did call him a groomer. That's the, you know what I meant, but yeah. He was just for a dog. It might be a very floofy dog. It needed to be large enough for him to look suspicious. So that's where I'm at right now. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, he's seducing and deducing. He's 100% bullshitting here? No, I think he believes that he's right. A young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. I definitely pronounced that right. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. Coup d'oeil. Trick of the eye. For there is another most stimulating article. Yeah, French isn't real. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... These two men look nothing like each other! Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylett does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina? Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Stealing his face blind? That would be great. That on top of everything else. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. Get in there, you... I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady's 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, this whole thing is turning into a circus. Somehow, Moe's great-grandfather is chuckling in the distance. Thank you for the bits, blooper duper. Consider Ryunosuke emote, and we'll have all the protagonists strong along. Yeah, I hope so. I need to find some time to do some doodles, see what I come up with. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. Distant clown noises. Worse, he's English. Drinking apple cider vinegar is good for you, but what cost? Ugh. I mean, ugh. As an ingredient, sure, on its own. Ugh. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. Like a glass of it. That's some pungent stuff. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. If this is the main gimmick of the game, I'm so on board for him confidently going, here's what happened, and being wrong, and we get to go, just Mad Libs that around, okay, now we're good. But very tactfully, I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Yeah, well, precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man has a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists. Yeah. Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it. Very good. Very good. I love this. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylot's obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's switch keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really gonna use those enormous shears for? This is neat. Huh? Golden locks? Oh. What? Oh. Well. Okay. Alright. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No. The color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how's it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Yeah. What am I about to cut? So I can present that. Can I point at the background? I saw that dish on the floor and I was like, there's some sort of a photo frame. The thing. Okay, we're just focusing on the gentleman. It's a very thick hat, isn't it? That's the secret, you see, Naruhodo-san, don't you know? Secret? What? Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia's a land of unimaginable cold, and a thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. My brain! That was just one of many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother, not Russia. I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. Yeah, she's good. It really is a very full beard, isn't it? Although, according to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott was about to cut it off. Still think that he looks nothing like the man pictured in the newspaper article, though. The apparently merciless revolutionary villain Bolshevik. So if he wasn't going to cut off his beard, presumably he was going to cut something else. Yeah, so we need to look at this from a fresh perspective and try to work out what. Cut off the buttons! Are you looking at the buttons on the coat? Could it be that Mr. Roylott was planning to cut these off? Oh, why? Well, when you're wearing thick gloves, it can be very hard to undo buttons. Then, couldn't you just take off your gloves first? Aha! So he's gonna use the scissors to cut his gloves off then. I want you to take a deep breath and look at this from a fresh perspective, Naruhodo-san. Oops, I think she's angry. Maybe he's gonna cut the shears with the shears. Yeah. Yes! Yes! Thank you, Violet. For 69 months, that was a rad effect. Haha! Oh, where's this confidence coming from? You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. He's gonna take credit for everything we do in the entire game, isn't he? Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman! And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. You couldn't, like, bundle that up on top of the, inside the hat. A female Russian. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? It is a lot of hair, but, like, I don't know. Bundle it up. Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Not strictly... What? Not strictly comedy? Complete? What is he? What was he about to say? Okay. Strictly come dancing. Oh. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence he picked out doesn't quite fit the facts at all now. That's true, given that Mr. Roylotte's actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. Women can't be revolutionaries. Come now. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has to be taken a different direction now. Dancing with the Stars, gosh. Sometimes, I know, well, you had to spin him around. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. Feels though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Yes! Yes. Gender is performative, Your Honor. Boom. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Then what's in the trunk that moved of its own accord? It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. I like my theory that it was just a guy who wanted to trim dog's fur on the ship and was therefore committing a heinous crime against the wishes of the captain. It would appear we're finally able to address you by your true name. Trunk's haunted? Okay. Classic ballerina haunted cursed trunk. Because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Dead. Oh. No. No way. Oh my god, no way. Whoa. Oh my god. No way. You're right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run, Narina. Solved. Probably should have ditched the earrings, right? Also, her entire body looks smaller now. As for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Not there, there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And as I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman's up to. God. Ugh. 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 The answer always is just think stupider. It's just like, yes, did I think she ran away with the tiara? Of course. Did I think it was just moved slightly to the side? There it is. No, I never would have. No. Okay. Good. I'm so back. I'm here. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What, me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Anyway, that's definitely not it. It's a very small case, isn't it? I mean, I also get that they're like introducing the mechanic. And on the 3DS, you'd be like sliding around and looking at this little 3D window, which is probably really neat. I would expect them to be maybe a little bit less immediately. I don't know. Even if they stay this simple, it's still a fun gimmick. It's a very small case. You can see it instantly that no person could possibly fit inside there. Does that tell us that Miss Pavlova's telling glance in this direction was focused on something else? If that's true, though, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, if there's nothing incriminating inside this case, why did she refuse to let us look inside? Yeah, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though. Is there anything else I can look at? The trash can. The waste paper basket. Let's have a little look inside. Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. Wow, rubbish. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. And yeah, all right. Hi-ya.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. 10 baht. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. And just left it on the desk for anyone to see if they open your... you didn't even lock the door. You're really bad at this. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl's only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. All right, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'eil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yeah, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Yeah, what? Oh, the rules! So I was, once again, half right for the, not the wrong reason, well, yeah. I think noticing the bowl on the floor, though, was good observation from me. I'm smart. This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Or descending one, it seems to me. Spoilers for Sherlock. There's no waterfall, right? When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. I agree. It's okay. I just want to see a little, like a little missile, like Pomeranian creature or a Shiba or something. That's all I want. Good job, Barry. No, thank you. It looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. Yeah, right. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage. And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over, just like in Cosmo-sama's cabin? It's almost like someone's taken a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavlova while she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian. Well, that's a relief. Let's try our luck elsewhere. Hiya! Warning! These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. There's exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? And the door? You got too many poob, Fulton Iguana? We'll take that for you. Fulton it out. It's a metal door, same as in Cosmo's cabin. And the rather slim bolt is the same as well. Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over at the door here instead of the bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin. Maybe. But no! Yes! But no, I mean yes! Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. I will give Sholm some credit. He is very quick to adapt his line of thinking and step in front of the camera and go, yes, of course, and because of that, this, which is fun. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. He's very good at yes and. Oh my god, HS, a bomb. A bomb. I want to pull. Best Shutsukumi Manic Detective. Luke at me, Sholmes Cabanella. That is a tough pull. I'll get that in a second. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. But no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage? A pet. Very good animation of them spinning around each other. They just met and they're already dancing each other around each other. Yeah! Deduction complete. Luke at me, Sholmes or Cabanella. There you go. Pulls up. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylat. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. Eventually, you absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. His lawyer's superpower of correcting other people's mistakes, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Because he wanted to kick it open. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? It be like that. Things do happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole wide world. Show me, show me, show me, show me. Show me. Please. Don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, show me. Show me the dog. You must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Ah, boo. Boo. Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My... You son of a bitch. Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. I love this bit. Cause like, where my brain immediately goes is they made all these animations of Naruhodo jumping around and posing and doing all these things for later in the game when they use this again. But at this point in the game, he's supposed to be shackled. So it's just really good to be like, well, we're not gonna make new versions of all these animations to show one time. So have them just write in a bit where it's like, it's just working within the confines of the game in a way that I find so amusing. Where it's just a stupid, stupid bit. Great. I've restored your shackles. They're smart with their animation. They're smart with their budget. I don't know. When and why? He can get out when it's funny. God, that's maybe one of the best bits in all of fiction. He can only do it when it's funny. There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Bobby Fulbright, yeah, it's pretty fun. Hey, Pop and Rico. Can't it, really? Anyway, well, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Cosmo-sama wrote about in his diary really was. 72% of chat said Sholmes. To the surprise of no one. I mean, we're looking at him, and he's great. May I? Let me see. Don't touch! Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it! Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in a young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. Alright. Yeah, fine. The vent. Can't look at nothing. Nothing. Nothing? Nothing. Okay. Well, fine. You're slipping the bird? What happened? What happened? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. Ew, why? I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara's mine! I need it to live! I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So, you ran away to protect yourself. Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. Okay. Because I was going to ask, if all of her money is in the tiara, how did she afford a first-class cabin? So, yeah. Like our hero Fievel! Just like Fievel. Go west. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Yes. Of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. So what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Tell me about your friend. Show me the dog. Or whatever creature's in there. There's no air holes. Let him out. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Not a puppy. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. Ha. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Must it? Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends, I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. Ha ha ha. Chicken. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Tell me this conundrum first. Yeah, it's just a pile of bees. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. Would you like to solve this puzzle? According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been at last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Oh, that's it, of course. He's got a brain cell. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Trebuchet from land. Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked them about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. My arms are very tired.
That is not your business.
He was going nuts. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Oh, okay. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description's very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. Seems Pavlova's the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova's gonna tell us what really happened. What if I show her this? Speckled band. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary. And he wrote in it last night before he died, something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound, and then a few minutes later, 1:35, what it looks like a speckled band dangling from the vent. Max Galactica's ancestor? I believe it. A speckled band? I do not understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. That speckled band is the tie from Disco Elysium. That would be fun.
Excuse me, Mr. Roylott.
Yes, what? Wow, she's fast.
Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now.
What? You must leave. No. No, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out?
It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin till later. What a pity. Let the creature out of the trunk. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside.
To be continued.
Do 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 do. Good. Part 2. Ooh, cheese. 9th of January. Don't mind if I do. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go? Oh, yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. I really wish we had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin.
What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm?
Oh, no, definitely not that.
Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spent winter, understand?
Understand. Understand the concept of lobsters. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Can I go this way? That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Understand? Maybe some cheese? First class cabin number 1. That's our cabin, not ours. This is the same. Yeah, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Let us do that. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yeah, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us, you never know. Where is he? Where? Oh! Oh. Well, he's fine. You! Where did you go? Sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to What? Who gave you permission for this? Well, I'm Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room. Phew! He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Hey, how we doing? Yep. You're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face? Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing you overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. No, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova, she's in the cabin next door. Shh. Do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? No, I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Yeah, it makes sense if they're going through the Suez that they would go from Shanghai down to Hong Kong. So, oh, I see. There's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. Yeah, but first, tell me about Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish. Wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? That's shoe polish? Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Yes. That must be it. Shoe is polish? Shoe polish Takumi. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Like brick? Yeah, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? How does that happen like that with the body there? What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? He imploded. Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. Huh. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? It was Sholmes! The postmortem report has been entered in the court record. Maybe the pet that Pavlova has in her suitcase is a monkey, and the monkey scampered through the vent and snapped his neck. As they are wont to do. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Hey, look at the thing. Enhance. Something from 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Okay, well, he was riding up until 1:30 something, right? Male, Far Eastern. Damage to the circle of vertebrae and instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. I should enter my post. My fellow eyes are born in the back of my head. That might be for the best. Thank you. Ahem, ahem. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. For dinner last night, did you have the fish or the chicken? Enhance. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. Yeah, you picked up my reference. But still, I am thinking along those lines. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. He had the beef swap. And you tidied them up, didn't you? Or the stroganoff. Yeah, the stroganoff for dessert. You have to look at the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. Bless me. I'm allergic to things being slightly untidy. I can't relax when things are untidy. Thank you, Chen. What else? What else? Oh? She's stroking on my beef till... No. My beef till it gets swapped. It's clear these letters were in the ink that was spilled on the floor. It spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. This can be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian, which begs the question of who did write it. This is, yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? She swapped on my... I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interests of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. That's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. No races from here. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 123, I can hear faint whistling. There's some sort of speckled band in the grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will! We must solve this mystery or rewrite history in his memory. The hottest new music group. That makes sense. It's such a beautiful color, this glass. Looks like whatever it was is broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? These are the rules of passage for travel. By bringing your pet on board, Miss Pavlova's broken the rules. Get her! Throw her in the brig! She called it her friend, didn't she? Although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Maybe it's like a little polar bear cub, like that one guy in prison in Ace Attorney Investigations. The little polar bear that was in the ballet with her and helped her escape. What am I missing? Move. Back out? Am I missing something? Ah! Cheese! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff has gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian soldier is always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. We've had, like, 2, but fair. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? Sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-li-ra-li-ra-li. I did it the great detective way. Miss Caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. Did I check his profile? I did not. Oh my god, we lost. Cosmo Togi is on London for a study tour taken from this world. Suzaru Mikotoba, she's the epitome of a refined Japanese lady. Herlock Sholmes, there's not a person in the world who hasn't heard of this famous great detective, except me, apparently. Satoru Hosonaga, Chief Inspector in the Imperial Police Bureau, is on an undercover mission posing as a member of the ship's crew. Biff Stroganoff, 37, a real wall of a man, and senior member of the Russian crew who's in charge of security around the first-class cabins. Grimsby Roylott, an older Russian gentleman traveling on the ship, staying in the first-class cabin next to Cosmo's. Nikolina Pavlova, a young ballerina who's fled her homeland of Russia to escape the Novovich Ballet. Yeah. No, he introduced himself as Beef Stroganoff, and I had a breakdown when they did. Let's go to her cabin. When you strogan off the muscle strogan on the boat, man, weird sunburn. Silent 15, I mean, that's Ace Attorney in a nutshell. That was empty before, because that's where he was sitting. She isn't back yet. Again, the rule of thumb in Ace Attorney is everyone's like at most 20 years old. This is kind of the exception that we had, like, they were like 22, 23 or so. Typically, it's like they're like 20 years old or teenagers, and if they're older than 30, they're either full-blown adults or they're ancient and they're dead. That's basically it. There's no nuance to it. Everyone's just like 15, 16 years old, or 20, or 100 years old. And then over 40, your age becomes question marks, correct. Suzaru-san! Where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. No! No! I wanted a grand reveal. Maybe later. Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Indeed. We're on case 2 of game 1. Perhaps you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem she enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. Reading books. Show me that. I wonder what this little saucer's doing on the floor. Could be a kitten. She seemed like, no, it's not a dog, but it's like a little dish. A Russian blue, because she's Russian, and she's blue because she's sad. It doesn't look like it's been dropped, more like it was put there deliberately. As he wondered aloud. Well, she also reads his mind, so there's no... That's just how she eats. It's a Russian tradition. Do you think... Probably a shark. A little baby shark. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. Probably a bear. Spy phones. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Obstinate about those damn thirsty Russians. Always drinking everything in sight. It disgusts me. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. 1,000 to 1. 10 bob to 10 bob. You think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled over too. One, drink my blood. I'll go by. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? All right, then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Either it's a mystery, or for some reason, Suzato likes to leave an empty space when she organizes books. They were both half Phoenix, half Maya, but at different concentrations. Yeah, that's not a bad way of putting it. Neither feel like a complete analog one-to-one with their personality types. There's overlap, of course. They fit into those archetypes, but they're different flavors of it. They're displayed in this cabin, too. Look, the SS board has rules of passage. I suppose Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend. Wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganov doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes. So do I. So do we all. Okay. What about back over here? This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. It's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. Are you sure? And it seals it perfectly to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack and around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors, starting to see why they suspect me. And this? There's one of those next to the bed in Cosmos cabin too. It's a bell cord. I can't resist! She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. The vent! So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a foolish shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupants of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. This is nation more only as well. Yeah. Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in here, but no such luck. When did she have time to unpack? Because that was definitely empty before. Have I found anything of note? Am I missing something? Was there something very obvious I did not inspect that I was supposed to inspect? I feel like I've... Oh. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances. Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Okay. Thought maybe she threw something away since we last... Okay. What am I missing? Or is this a we leave and bullshit happens outside situation? Maybe it's a we leave and bullshit happens outside situation. Nope. What am I missing? What am I missing? Huh. There's gotta be something I haven't inspected because I can't even talk to anybody. Yeah. And you. So investigate the bottom? Something on the floor? It just tells you need to look around somewhere else to move on. On the move screen? That just means that I'm in that room, right? No, when you select a move. He'll give you hints on the location you select. Oh. Never believe the Russian... We need a little more investigating here. Oh. So there's something else in... Okay. I didn't realize that that was... a nudge. Thank you. Her cabin. Maybe the door of the second class isn't locked anymore. He's not around. We can investigate every inch. I'm not sure we can go that far. We could certainly do some look around some more. Oh. So I was correct that there was going to be random bullshit when I leave. I just had to look around a little more. Okay. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? That ass. He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. I am the very model of a modern magician investigator guy. Tra-la-la-li-lay, I did the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all when there was doubt, its lucky hairlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Did he just punch me in the face? You want to fight him? Poison? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing? And I was just about to reach the climactic finish. I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now was as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. All right, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. He's a Time Lord. Makes sense. Discombobulate. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Discombobulate's a good word. Discombob. Playing the disco and discombobulate. The ship's log. Did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. I don't like him pointing at Susato-san. That feels intense. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Point. Is that gonna... I don't think so. Maybe like half a point. Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman of oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Smell my finger, Miss Susato. It smells of the truth and shoe polish. He writes that in every 30 minutes. Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He'd even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Okay, alright. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliant! Ouch! What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter, there was a brief frame right where he was fading in, not when he just faded out. Right before that, he faded in, and his face aligned with two of the dots, those rivets on the wall, and it kind of looked like he had little rounded fangs. It was like aligned with his mouth. It was kind of brief moment there. Anyway, he's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. You have to go back. Well, I feel the same. Sorry. Hidden devil. Vampire Herlock, but he's like rounded out his fangs. Ever since I woke this morning, I had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. You too. You can't just drop Vampire Sholmes and move on. I can and I will. Should I look at it? Do I get anything else for look? None to report. Biff. Nothing to report. Yeah. What was the situation here exactly? Okay, so none of these really... what do you want me to do? Ooh, cheese! Ow! I guess I'll just move into rooms and see what happens. Not here. Head back here. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-ling. What's that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile forward. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susanna-san, hold on to me. Susanna-san, are you all right? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Susanna-mon. Looks like we avoided a collision. Oh my god, the books fell over in the way that I immediately thought was probably from the ship moving. That's crazy. I think the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? Oh, that's terrible design for the ship. Wow. So the bolts are loose enough that just the rocking of the ship could get it to bolt itself shut. That's... Or unbolt itself if it goes... That's quite unfortunate. So someone came in, murder him, and then the ship rocked, knocked the books over, and then the bolt slid closed. Okay, got it. Alright, yeah, that's some bad design for a ship. Look at that! The door is bolted. Did you do that, Susanna-san? No, I didn't touch it. Think of my mouse. Well, that's strange. How did? And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Well, you design your own ship then. I will. You'll see. Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Yeah, I suppose. Shows the Vampire would be great because we could say he's like hundreds years old and just fuck around for kicks now. And you do dumb slapstick bits because he's undead. And I'm writing the fic. Yeah, when someone's immortal and hundreds and hundreds of years old or 1,000 years old and they're just fucking around with everyone for the bit to entertain themselves, yeah. I better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least in a very vivid way, but I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Accidents of being garlic but doesn't die because it's funnier if he doesn't. Yeah, if it's funny. Investigation part 3! Let's go, 3. Let's go. I'm starting to get used to the typewriter noise, but it's still jarring. But it's just not as jarring every time I hear it. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susanna-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. Hello.
You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
He knows. You both look unhurt. I mean, we knew the crew knew, but still. You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have slipped through. Someone must have thought... I don't know how I read that. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder dressed all in black. You are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil's the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. We did sneak in your room and go through all your things, but that was not... Someone else did that. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. She didn't say it with a K. It is not enough. Is it not enough he has killed the man?
Duh, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right, you are devil.
Doesn't look good, does it?
There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Osanaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately! Well, what if I just... See you later? Okay. Scooch past. I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things!
You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates?
Hiya! I thought she was gonna do that to Stroganoff. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, everyone's attacking me, and I was just starting to think she was my friend. Okay, so no looking. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry we snuck in here without your permission. Like twice. Get out now. We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... something. It's no use. She's not gonna listen. I need to find someone who will. Please, just give me a little more time.
I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell.
Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone.
And trespassing and stowing away?
Well, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and, well...
Enough, you are guilty. Ship cell is only place fit for you.
Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me. You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. Appreciate the prime, Otsuki Okami. Hope you're doing well. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now that this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me, but who? Not the pose I thought he was gonna. I thought it was gonna be. I naively thought he was gonna be sitting at the table, like enjoying some tea, but at least he's not doing the Hank hump, you know. Some silver lining on that front, but. What the? What are you doing up there? You're just in time for this. Hi, Katie. Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. He's beautiful. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. God, look at his moves. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Advanced tomfoolery. Hamlery. And you again, the great detective. Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Yeah? Huh, you have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. Sonic? We all know who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found a criminal in the wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Or was it? That means the culprit must be someone who is inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. The locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. What's that from? Donkey Kong Country? KremlinDeathNoise.wf. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The vent? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. Remember how, I mean, I'm concerned because if Sholmes is saying it's probably wrong. But about 3 seconds into looking at the room, I was like, vent? You're suggesting the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Go on, booklet. See you in the VOD. But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Oh. Alright. It might be dumber than I thought. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. I mean, if they're going in that direction, then I guess okay. Because the video at the start of the case was like, the speckled band is a snake. And I was like, we're not going to do that twice, right? Maybe they're going to do that twice. We'll see. How familiar with early Sherlock stories? I listened to an audiobook reading. I think it was Stephen Fry. Did like the first 3 Sherlock books. And I listened to that a number of years ago. And I don't remember it that well. I just remember there was like a side story within the mystery where he was talking about an American like mining town for like what felt like 30 hours. And I was checked the fuck out. That's really only I remember. Yeah, don't spoil those stories as well. So yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with some of the more recent Sherlock Holmes adaptations, which are very loose, naturally. But in terms of the original stories, yeah. The book at a side quest, it's what it felt like. There was a dude being like, let me tell you what happened. And then I was listening to Stephen Fry doing an American accent for 30 hours. And I was like, what how? Is this just what the point of the story is now? Is Arthur Conan Doyle wanted to write about an American town for a long time, so. The whole digression about Mormons. Yeah, I think they were, I just remember, it was like a mining town, wasn't it? It's been a long time since I read it. But, studying Scarlet, the first Sherlock Holmes, right. It went on for so long that I was like, this doesn't feel like a flashback. It just feels like a story within a story at this point. But, you know, the Earth rotated around the sun. Yeah. You got paid by the chapter showing stories for money, you know. So, remember what's in the first one? Okay. The Mormon ninjas that killed that guy, yeah. The novel's gonna start with the short. Yeah, so maybe I'll start with a novel instead of short, but yeah. I have not. Well, I'm reading one right now. Precisely my idea, madam. Opining about the sociological impacts of the design of the Paris sewers. You got it. You got it. It's like in Moby Dick when it's like, here's your chapters that are just about the history of whaling. Listen, they didn't have Wikipedia back then. What does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Hiya! Now to punch the truth out. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Kya! Ah! What the? Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake. Indubitably. I thought the whole point of the intro showing the speckled band was a snake with not Watson Wilson was just to give you context for then Sholmes to be like, oh, it's a snake, and he's wrong. Now it just feels like they just wanted to establish that this is a Sherlock Holmes reference in a way that made me more confused and made me not think about. I was like, hey, why would it be a snake? They showed us at the start that it was a snake. So, I have no idea. That was my first mistake. It's weird. Anyway, yeah. I was like, something was coming out of the vent and he heard a whistling sound, which could be a hissing sound. It's not gonna be a snake. They're gonna confuse it for, no, it's a snake? Okay, well, maybe not, maybe it's unrelated. That's a good model of a snake though, look at that. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Is this a red herring snake? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? It's a green herring. Front-facing Sherlock, boring into my soul. You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? Also, how would a snake sneaking into a room, like, crack someone on the head so hard that their neck explodes? I still don't fully understand. I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Maybe it's a constrictor. I guess that's possible. Doesn't that usually kill from asphyxiation? I mean, maybe it could squeeze hard enough to actually... I don't know. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. Was he holding a snake? Where'd it come from? You didn't miss anything. He just said, behold, and then Stroganoff had a snake wrapped around his head. No. Is that what he has stripes on his face? I had been wondering if that was a bit or something. That he has all those bits wrapped around it, but yeah, maybe that's his pet snake, and he's not supposed to have a pet. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Well, she's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I thought it was like a weird sunburn, or like he was bad at putting on sunscreen or something. I don't know. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. Seaman? For the Dreamcast, you wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Do the thing. Yeah! Do the thing! I know it's only the second time that he's done this, but I feel like I'll never tire of this. It feels so hype. It's pronounced, you know what, never mind, it's fun. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Not her heart. Her hand hurts. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. He's angry. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Boy, he's so close, isn't he? Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. Sloughed is a good word. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. That's just her furry tail. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. The last bit, above all, seems entirely unnecessary, but... all to be an idiot, he's our idiot. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? Yeah, the fact that it's not like... it's not presented as this is Sholmes' conjecture, it's just like... therefore, this is the truth. It's just like all within his logic. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? Oh, she did. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. He's so smart. None of that is backed up by the evidence. How'd he do that? That's so smart. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. Is Ryunosuke going along with this because it gets him off the hook and he doesn't care if it's true or not? My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. It's fine, it's fine. Some things didn't quite make sense to me. It gets him off the hook, don't worry about it. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. He's loud and he's proud, let's go. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. Everything this man does makes me more endeared to him. It's kind of amazing. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treats to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Then why is there a milk saucer on the floor, Sholmes? Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yeah, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the reformers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. I see. There is a type of snake called a milk snake for the same misunderstanding. Farmers would see these snakes inside their barns next to the cows, assume they were drinking the cow's milk instead of what they actually were, free pest control. Milk snake stuck. Sadly, this striped fellow is not a milk snake, just a non-stirrup one. Gotcha. How enjoying Himbo Sholmes? I'm having a great time so far. Gotta find out if it was actually easy enough. Maybe the snake can hear. Maybe. I see. That snake was pissed off at him. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. He's mad about snakes. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. Thanks, Carrollton. Thanks for the prime. There's one other thing. You have more? I like how he looks calm. It's really good. Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. Skill issue. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Oh, you broke him. Oh, you broke him. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Stupid bit. Stupid bit. You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Again. What a good fucking bit. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yeah, that's true. She looks as though Cosmo-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. I spin her around in my oh. Something about the framing with the snake in the background really got me as well. If only there was an indication that, like, you know, a milk saucer, that probably belonging to him. It's just, I just have no, nothing's adding up, really. Chat, I need a hint. Chat, I'm so stumped. I don't know what the game wants from me. It's the weakest case in the game. I'm having my goddamn life. I'm having an amazing time. I'm having a great time. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look, that looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. The snake used its claws, of course. This is a snake with 3 fangs. And that's when it bit, it's scratched. Yes! France! It's still the weakest case, it just so happens this game is fucking goated. If this is the weakest case, I am not prepared for where we might go from here. My expectations are too high, chat, you gotta calm it down. When you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. I am not prepared. No, case 3 is the worst case. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that pretentious night? Naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It seems likely the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws. Do they? Do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. What is she looking at? Yeah. A fucking... God damn it. Okay, well, first of all. No feet. I'm out. Feetless behavior. The more I look at this creature, the more its stripes stand out. It's a very impressive snake, isn't it? Oh yes, it really is. And it seems to be doing its best to squeeze this poor sailor's head until it bursts. Yeah, so it's a terrifying sight. And slightly heartwarming at the same time. Anyway, it would probably be a good idea not to get too close. He's fine. There's no doubt, is there? She looked in this direction, straight at Seaman Stroganov. Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts, but I can't imagine how he could possibly fit through that ventilator. Don't forget that I managed to fit inside Cosmo's trunk when we first boarded the ship. I would ask what that proves, but I think an equivocal little smile would be more effective. Mr. Thanks for 2 months. Welcome back. Thanks for chilling. Thanks, straight up chilling. Absolutely. The teapot, of course. Enhance. I have a feeling that it was this teapot that Miss Pavlova's eyes flickered over to before. You think this is the friend she's been talking about? His tie is a fish. The fish did it. We're all different, aren't we? Whatever we might say about it, if that's the way she feels, I don't think I'll say anything about it then. You and the teapot can discuss it instead. Wait, that's not what I meant. The photo! Oh, look at him. Oh, look at that little creature. Oh, look at the photograph in its frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yeah, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Those are the eyes of a cold-blooded murderer. Absolutely. I mean, it's a cat. So, that must be a stage costume she's wearing. It's quite stunning. I should like to have something like that. And she's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well. Look. It's called a tiara, Naruhodo-san. And you shouldn't think of it purely in terms of its value. She must be a strong-willed woman to turn her back on the world stage and run away all on her own. Look at that little cat Miss Pavlova's cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit? Black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Hiya! Methinks she has a, I'm wondering if the speckled band is like a cat toy. And now it's her going, please get the fuck back into this room. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Arr! It brings the melody for the song. Yeah, it seems like a little bit like a dynamic. Soundtrack is good. The soundtrack is phenomenal. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. I said that earlier. I literally said that. I knew they were gonna be stupid about it. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. I've done it again. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to that quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that's what you are trying but failing to conceal. Can only be the snake's sloughed skin. He's referring to the cat, of course. The cat shed its skin, and that's what you're holding. You see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' speciality. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy. Making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Soft skin. What was she actually trying to hide? What are you hiding? In the pocket? I don't know if there's anything else for me to interact with. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? Seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. Haha, that sounds positively adorable. Stay focused!
Yes!
Do snakes usually have handles? Some species. Yes! The thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? Sholmes' little glance over. It was really good. My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Kiar! A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova? Okay. Are there legged snakes? We call those lizards. It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Updated Darko report. Snake is just one long leg. Oh shit. That's not false. Darka, she is so naughty. Cat! Beloved kitty. A little scamp. Does it translate anything? I would assume so, maybe? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. The cat hopped up on his desk and strangled him to death. Naturally. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Cat venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. It would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Hey bud, I should...
Yes!
There you go. Venom cat. Ah, fuck the curare. It's back. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other. Yeah. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. Holy shit, Ryonosuke's pose and face and demeanor and that is some phenomenal work over that way. That is amazing. Creature. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, what is that pot? It's good. He got that Phoenix slouch. Gamer neck. He's been looking at his phone for 10 minutes. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Cosmo died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. That's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon's been found, though. Presumably Darka didn't soundly cripple behind Cosmo and deal him a fatal blow. You can't rule that out. I suppose. It's possible he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. A bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Yeah.
Yes!
Yes! Yes! Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. I know I said this before, but I love that when you correct him, Sholmes goes, of course, this over here, like, there's something really fun about him not being like sometimes he does play with, the kind of like, oh, it's that or that, or like, of course, it's like, whatever, but like, if they played into him taking credit for it, it'd be more frustrating. But him just completely yes-anding you forever is just really fun. He just goes with the flow. He's such a it's great. Shoe polish, indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. It's a dance, exactly. But he's not like being like, no, it's not, and he's not going, as I just said, it's this. Like, they found a really weird balance where he's clearly just bullshitting his way through and using what you say, but like, it's positive, it's fun. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. Improv comedian Sholmes. He goes, look cool bug. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. He recognizes other possibilities, just goes the one that finds more entertaining. Wouldn't it be cool if the snake could change its skin? Right. Naturally, that's the case of what happened. Well, that doesn't seem plausible. Then naturally, it was this thing here. Yeah. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. The last thing I'll say is also they've given him, even though this is the first case we've had him around, he's already had several moments of actually being competent. And actually going, hey, look, in the ship's log, he was absent for this period of time. Like, he's not completely useless, but he's mostly useless. And it's a very, I don't know, it's fun. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. He's batting a solid 40. It may be lower than that, but still. Please, it's not 0, importantly. I think if he was 100% wrong all of the time, it would be a more grating character to me. I don't know. He's no Eustace Splinter, you know. Good old Eustace. He walks a thin line. A broken clock. Clock? And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Yeah, or he's immortal and he's just fucking with everyone because he's a vampire. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. It's probably the vampire thing. Yeah, no spoilers, but I think he might be a vampire. I don't believe it! Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true, I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But, and if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova's trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction she cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Hmm. This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right. And it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of its case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? Hiya! Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. Yeah, but the trash. Hey, a Figment. 777. Coming up sevens. What do you win? You win the continued use of a bunch of emotes. And my appreciation. This is a waste paper basket. Miss Pavlova started occupying the cabin late last night, but there's so much rubbish in there. Yeah. Oh. What's that? I checked this several times. It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Yes! That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no! So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paste... there? Chad, I've been saying words for 4.5 hours. They're all gonna... My apology came out wrong. They're not all gonna come out right. How ironic. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I'm fine. I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be... Yes! If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. The kitten did it. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. That's some ghost trick shit. Like... Alright. I still am not ruling out the possibility that the cat snuck up behind him and snapped his neck. I think we have to keep that on the table as an option. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. Is so sad, his best friend. I know. Feline intervention? That's pretty good. Hit Cat 47. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. 60 FPS rotoscoped animation. And then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It is a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary is Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Meanwhile, Ryunosuke just asleep with a chicken leg stuck in the wardrobe. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely this is what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Sawing logs. It's so sad. It's so sad. I feel like that's Ace Attorney murder mysteries in a nutshell. It's either like a crime born of passion, and then they like, I don't know. Sometimes they're guilty of a bunch of bullshit and they're evil. Sometimes it's a little bit complicated, or it's oh no, oh they didn't know, oh, or it's like tragic misunderstanding or just an accident. It's nice. You get some variety. Yeah, the accidents are the sad ones. The saddest ones for me are the like, oh, they didn't know that this was this person kind of stuff. Yeah, the Rube Goldberg tragedies. Yeah, those are the ones that hit you. The SS Bury is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Isogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. Which one was 2-3? Like Big Top? Was 2-3 Big Top? Big Top, okay. Yeah, I never remembered the actual numbers. Yeah, that one was like, for such a stupid, goofy case, to hit you with that at the end, you're like, oh no. But what became of the kitten afterwards? The trash carnival, how dare you? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka's nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Is that when he takes off his hat and the cat's been on his head the whole time? Well, he knows something about himself at least. He's 1% self-aware. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. Frames shrugged for a sec. They did! Sorry about that. I did drop a couple 100 frames. Maybe a little hiccup. We good? We should be good. Should be good. A little bit of hiccup. Sorry about that, chat. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. The frames tripped over the cat. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Pat, pat. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Piroshko. Well, that explains the lines on his face. Pat, pat. What? What? That snake belongs to you?
He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here.
How did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board.
We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands?
Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? Wow, Ryunosuke. Slow down. But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. Cancel Ryunosuke.
No venom. Hiroshiko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny.
He doesn't have any teeth either. It's venomless?
Yes, now he's hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile.
And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose?
Like they say, they milk chickens are ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses.
Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for?
Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. I'm in danger. Sholmes, you good, man? I haven't seen that face on Sholmes before. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. Sholmes, you good, bud? How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role?
It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko has nothing to do with this incident.
Piroshka, what was that about Piroshka? What was the... Wait, was it... Oh, hello? Hello? Oh. Oh, video game? Okay, alright, not... Alright, So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Sure.
Piroshko's friend.
So someone was replying to someone about Piroshko's name. I didn't know if there was stuff in there. This final answering. Oh, okay, great. This snake is named Muffin. Oh. Mouse scroll controls text in this game. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Which is strange, so, okay. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. Damn, that's cold. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. Unless it was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Reference? I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. Neither is Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. Neither does Mr. Sholmes. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Chicken rings on everyone. Yeah, I'm seeing that. To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in her story, I'm sure of it. Just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Do you want Conby back? Bath is indecisive. I'm just gonna hold it out. You can decide what you want to do with it. Yes, Cosmo is my closest friend. Oh, no, no, really? Really? You want, is that what you, okay. All right. Okay, bye. Okay, bye, I guess. No. No. Beth reached out their foot as if to grab it back with their foot, and I was just not certain that that was gonna work out. Cosmo's my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. I just need the, Oh! I was, let me see, give me a sec, I just wanted this to, let me mute the game real quick. There's the game, just like this. Okay, anyway, you get it. Anyway, it's fine. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. It just hit me like that. You guys not like that? Sorry about that. It was very high-pitched. I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. It just had that vibe. So then, shall we begin? Yes. Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. Well, we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense that that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. Oh. Hope you've been paying attention up this time. Now it matters. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Is it this?
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Can you gain more investigation? Apparently. Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. Also, he can't read. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's captain. Why do I keep reading cabin as captain? A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Suzato-san has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... The only thing I was thinking was the half of the bell. Let's go with that.
Yes!
Maybe? Yeah. Okay, good. My badge. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. It's a non-native speaks brilliant. You can hear Edgeworth banging on the door. He has logic. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's. You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Ah, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only one other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
The room where it happened. It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I'd been asleep in there the entire time. With my chicken. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. Why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. And that person was Maya Fey. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff?
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band.
Oh.
You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Criminal.
So that's it.
You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth.
Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? Aha, Stroganov. Yeah. His name has Seaman and Stroganov. It's an unfortunate combo.
You are a great detective. You should know.
Oh boy, I'm gonna get a tooth.
Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me killer can walk through locked doors? Niet. It's impossible.
He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Pavlova's type of dessert, but also the person the dessert was named after, Anna Pavlova, was a Russian ballerina. Oh.
Fred, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. What if the ship turned to the side, as it is wont to do at sea? Of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susanoo-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. You really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? And yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin bolt across from the outside. It's not gonna highlight. Okay, good. Yes! Yes! Lock the fuck in, Susato. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? It's really nice when I understand what an Ace Attorney game wants me to do. I'm used to being like, what? What the hell do they want? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. That sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Inertia is a property matter, as we learned recently. Oh yeah, that's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of ineptia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? Whoa. Oh. The SS Burya made another emergency stop. I find it really hard to believe that over the course of however many years this ship has been... We know at least a couple years. If What's-Her-Face was on the ship and then became a ballerina. At least a couple years at sea that no one's ever gone, hey, this locked without me locking it, or hey, this unlocked after I locked it. I'm gonna complain to the crew. But it's fine. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. I was wondering if something was missing from the bookcase because of how specifically she put the books back up, but I guess that's just how she puts books up. Thank you for the bits. Also, thanks for the resub, Allison. All the books and everything had toppled over just like in Asogi's cabin. Oh my. They did complain they ended up like him. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop?
It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. Does no one remember there being an emergency stop last night? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. Yeah, diddles. Had no wake up, which goes back to the original question of how come everyone has a headache today? And we all slept through this. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait, it was you?
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. They positing every single person's sleeve hit their freaking head. No, I think that there was something that they were either fed or something was going around that knocked a lot of them out. Which would explain why not only everyone has a headache, but then Stroganoff there was away from his post for a number of hours. He might have just been unconscious. I don't know. We'll find out. Mr. Sholmes. I was like, first I thought he was up to shenanigans around the ship, but like, wouldn't he just come back and fill it in and be like, I was there and nothing happened, so I don't know. You ever concuss everyone on a big ship all at once? You need a really big hammer. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship? I report you to captain. You are in much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider? Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not?
You are idiots. Maria's huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? The Thing.
Yes!
This did copy The Simpsons, but it's still a very good email. And I helped name it. That's my contribution. Invisiociate. Took me a sec. We had a conversation about how disassociate is actually a different word from dissociate. And I accidentally named it right from calling it invisiociate. When I meant dissociate, but then it disassociate. Anyway, it's fine. Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine.
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase,
"Nothing to report,"
every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log?
That is... because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you?
Gulp.
Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish.
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Excuse... phrasing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah. Sir, this is a boat. Oh, yes, I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head's been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. I really like that word. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Did they get got with the pill wrapped with the cheese wrapped around the pill? Is that? I really can't remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. I mean, he had the chicken. The first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. Yeah, they had that NyQuil chicken on the boat. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up at all when that was happening to me? She seems really surprised when he brought up the headache. Yeah. Tell me, Mr. Naruto. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. We called them Happy Meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? I think I got it. I think it just clicked. I think I understand what happened. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? Because I was just like, why? I'm sitting here thinking, why? Why did was it set up the way it was? And I think it's tied into how, what's her face? Pavlova got on the ship, and that they expected everyone to be asleep, but someone wasn't asleep. It was supposed to be. I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. They did get got with the NyQuil chicken, tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. Yeah, we had swap beef. We got the beef swap, and now we got the chicken. Well, it wasn't a chicken swap. It was a chicken drug. A sleeping drug. NyQuil chicken. Coins and steak and drugs and chicken. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless every single member of the crew was a conspirator. But, Mr. Sholmes? Well, seaman? Bleh. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Who was trying to make a spice blend this from NyQuil? I don't remember. But yes, I do recall that. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Who, me?
Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia, we wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
NyQuil chicken real. God damn it. All this time. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Fucking got him with the fucking cheese wrapped around a pill. They got him.
We cannot make all drug, how you say, dissolve?
Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board.
Even with the drug, they probably could have just, like, stopped the boat. Rather than an emergency stop that would have created such a conundrum. It's fine.
She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat.
Floor chicken remains safe as chicken. Yep. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And her cat. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
You have talked long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. How do you know he was in there? And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see. Ow, with our eyes. I hit my microphone, sorry.
The small girl defense, at long last. A laudable trait. It holds up in court, though.
What?
I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. I forgot that he was stupid for a little bit there.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Stop listening with your eyes and listen with your heart. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Provocateurs. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. All right, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Can I look at, like, fingers? See if, maybe someone's got, like, ink? Well, I thought it was gonna be ink on their hands. This is even more stupid, but, you know, that's fine. Why are all the hot men stupid? Because they're himbos. Well, chunky arms. He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree chunks. Yes, he certainly has sailor's arms. He's a born man of the sea. Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that wardrobe by this man. Naruhodo-san? Are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought. Oh, sorry. Blame those hairy tree trunks. I just can't stop staring at them. Anywhere. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. Looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from.
Nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain?
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. All right, then. The evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is? This? Probably? I think it's the only thing that... Yeah.
Yes!
He-Man? Seaman? Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Ah, the penny drops at last. Ah, the penny farthings. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. I thought we were just gonna find ink on his fingers, but that's fine. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt.
All right, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Burya do emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me. He's swapping himself in. The ultimate selfless beef swap.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. But what happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend, snapped his neck and jumped away.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you.
The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin, and he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. That's rough.
Yes, that is right.
So, after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
But
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside,
I was asking Miss Pavlova. Oh, shit. Susato, get it! Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. Sad. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Every time it's been a while since I've looked at him and he jumps in, it feels like a shitpost. This photograph! Yes, I took this myself, you know. Mm-hmm. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural.
what do you mean unnatural?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well, if Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? Is it just the positioning of his head? Wait, no, okay. For a second I was like, wait, is this bandana off of his head? But it's not, it's just under the hair there. I'm just gonna... I haven't saved it all. Might as well. I was wondering, how did they, unless he was just like, everyone in the crew knew, which is possible. How did they know to incriminate, Ryunosuke? I do have 5 guesses. I'm just like, how did they know that he was in there and to point at the wardrobe? Well, they could have just pulled his finger and made him toot. I'm just gonna say the head, because that was my first thought. It must be here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noticing a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Damn. Sorry, I'll try that. Ugh. I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely a way to just spell it out. That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprits. No, I mean to identify another point. Okay, I was like, I don't think it's that. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? Okay. Yeah, now it seems obvious. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I? They just gotta tell you. It's fine. We're still in tutorial mode, I guess. If Cosmotron fell by some terrible stroke of Blackborg's neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? Hiya!
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. Because he would have fallen and then on the impact perished, but yeah, this exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Yes, I believe you would. Oh, this is what I found. A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Well, that's quite incriminating. I did notice that Pavlova only had one earring, but I just thought it was fashion. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Cosmo's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe! Find the answer with your own eyes. Arms? Those chunky arms, though. He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Stay focused! You can't just keep looking at the arms every time. I can't. Ha! There was a unique text. Was it? I thought it was just the same. You know, hairy tree trunks, born in the sea. There's the crescent moon. It's hard to see how they could be anything to the crescent moon. Someone said really hard to imagine. Fresh choose check. These are just tree trunks, nothing more. Is he just like patting his arms? No, I think that these are just arms. Musculature. Okay, great. Yeah, okay. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? Oh my god. There's something dangling down from her ear. Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look! It's a crescent moon! Ah! There can be no doubt now, surely. The question is, do I present the left or the right ear? Well, oh, or does it matter? She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. What's that? They gay! There's something attached to her ear. Ah, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It really is tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. I'm gonna present this ear.
Yes!
Actually, I don't think I'd be punished if I was wrong, so it's fine. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. Ah. I don't believe it. How's it being on the ship with the horrible man been? It's been great. Now the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no.
Angel?
No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Here! Just grab her and shake her. Rattle the truth around in there. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. She Kingdom Hearts died. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible, long day. Dark, wait! Cat. The darkness. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back. I guess my question, I know it ruins the drama of the situation, but if she was willfully going into someone else's room, even thinking that they were asleep, and we've confirmed that she can put on her old man disguise in a fraction of a second, why wasn't she just in disguise as little? It's fine. Knock, knock. Panic. Yeah, me panic. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Hi, baby girl. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Shut up, Kazuma. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? God damn it, dude. What the fuck? The Russian ballerina. You stupid, stupid man. No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yeah, I saw your performance in Japan. Oh, no! Oh, he didn't. Oh, no! Oh, you stupid man. Oh, no, that's even more tragic. Oh, damn it. Oh, fuck. He was just a fan of ballet. I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth. I hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. God, oh, is it? I'm just imagine he opens it up and then Ryunosuke is like upside down with chicken and he's asleep. He's just balled up in there. Oh man. Yeah, that's some ghost trick shit. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... Ooh. I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. Hey, so this case is super tragic. It's Ace Attorney! I always expect tragedy, but damn it still hits. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. For if they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. How did he know? So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found stowaway. There it is. That makes sense. I was just waiting for that. In wardrobe, still sleeping. Upside down with chicken. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Cesaro-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Yeah, if he didn't put the sign back up, then it would have, yeah. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote, but I forgot what it is already. Greg Bob, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. Greg Bob. Yeah, that's the one, right? But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Greg Bob is later? Okay. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished the job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. It also makes sense the crew would know that you can do that when the door's shut, when there's a stop, so... There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck. Okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Sogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... He was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? He wanted to see his boyfriend's beautiful eyes. Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. You see him in the bed here? That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Examine. Bed. His bed. I remember him being annoyed about the pillow. He said it was too thin. Didn't he put that big, thick book of Japanese law underneath it, in fact? Perhaps he was thinking of looking something up. Either that, or talking to Miss Pavlova made him acutely tired. Hold on, I gotta talk to my friend real quick. Falls asleep on the bed. See you later. Mean to her! The bell cord. So Miss Pavlova thought he was just coldly ignoring her request and going to pull the cord. But the Kazuma I knew would never have done something like that. No, I'm sure of it. What else could it be? I guess it's nothing. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chempkin that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would never have happened. Well...
Take that!
How was she supposed to know? How was anyone supposed to know? Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... He was in the damn closet. What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. If only you'd put up the closet. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Yeah, let's make it worse for her right now, actually. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Like, yeah. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Usually the final reveal gives them like a little more peace when it was a mistake. This just sort of twists the knife. This is rough. Because it's not like, yes, I'm sad that I killed him, but it was him or me, and like, that's fucked, and I'll live with that. It's like, no, nothing bad was gonna happen. It's just like, oh, fuck. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. Damn. I hope you'll never forget that. I mean, she's also 15. I'm sorry. Really? I'm so sorry. What have I done? 1,000 coincidences, if anything were different, everyone could have been happy. Yep. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident of the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Thanks for the bitch. I know he spent a lot of time proving he was pushed, but to me this case will always be the one where Ryunosuke's best friend slash mentor dies by tripping over a kitten. I mean, the kitten was part of it. Like, the kitten going "Brr" and jumping was what made him turn around, so you can argue it still is tied to the kitten. But yeah. I still think the kitten slid through the vents like Solid Snake and snuck behind him and snapped his neck. That's my headcanon. Nothing will convince me different. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Jesus. Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. Okay. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Okay, happy ending? Okay. Sure. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. Ooh, cheese.
I'm sorry.
Seaman Stroganoff?
I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Duh.
Well, I'm afraid you need a pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. Unless... So you should get back to your cabin now. Soup! Soup. Was this tie a red herring? Oh. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. Didn't get to go to England, best friend's dead. Kind of a waste of a trip. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh, hey. Cool. I thought we were done being well, maybe we're not done being sad, but you know, Suzato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know that you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. No, not the 2-frame animation on the eyeballs. No. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Suzato-san. No, she's fine. Everyone's fine. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Okay, thank God. I thought it was gonna be fucking Herlock being like, wow, what a jolly good mystery that was, eh, chaps? Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down, and I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. I, for one, blame the NyQuil chicken. Oh. And I'm free again now at least. Huh? Stupid bit. Keeps paying off. You fucker. Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning? I wish he was back to not being cuffed. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. So I decide to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny? Shobonga. Mr. Sholmes? What's the fuck is Shobonga? We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? It is pretty late after everything that's happened. It's not the bit, gotcha. Oh, from Chicago. Okay. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. Actually, none of them. Actually, none of them. Not a single one of them. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. Do it for her. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. The fuck is a lawyer? Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it would work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Surely it's not that... What do you have to do to be a lawyer? Read 2 books? Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learnt enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. And Suzato-san, I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Suzato? Yay. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. She smiled. So what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? I mean, yeah, well, and you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. To walk up to a broad seaman and grab his forearms and talk about them for like a very long time. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Dear Department of Justice, oops, everything's fine. Shrug emoji. Don't worry about it. Inspector? After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? Oopsie daisy. They're all beef swap. You can swap the beef in court. I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. You can tell when they're speaking either English or Japanese when they refer to San or Mr. and Mrs. by their names. Nice. Yeah. That's a really subtle distinction, but yeah, works. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. My face has almost healed. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. He's contained his own interest. That was a fun bit. Despite, you know, ups and downs, I did enjoy a lot of the BBC Sherlock show with Benedict Cumberbatch, and I think they portrayed that well when he was like, I'm bored! He's like shooting the wall and stuff. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it, always. Everyone calls it the gay sword. So then, Miss Suzato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. 3. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. Suzato, flip! But I am allowed suspicion to get the better of me. I'm worried about, Even if he tried, I feel like Ryunosuke's inability to smack a table doesn't inspire confidence in me that he has the capability to flip someone over. But the girls are fighting! I am allowed suspicion to get the better of me. I allowed it. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. Swollen gangly. Shimmer the counter throw instead. Yeah, he's gonna be like, okay, here I come. And then she flips him over again. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. And the cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. Did she throw us 5 times? And only 3 in return? Okay. Like, you'd think it'd be 5 for 5, but okay, that number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. He throws her once, she breaks her neck and dies. Smash cut to credits. Okay. No, I don't even know how. I'd never thrown anyone in my life. Too soon! Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. And that's case 3. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. But she asked me to throw her. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. Ha-ha! Yeah! Ha-ha-yo-ho! There he goes, dancing around again. Stop hitting her! Bam! Pop, pop, pop. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw? Literally hitting her. Just, if her head had like a little like reaction to that every time. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? This is gonna make 6 times. Sorry. Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, interesting, arresting indeed. His head being out of frame is really good. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. No. No. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. Fuck you, game, stop hurting me. Never. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Maybe he was tasked with blowing up the Crystal Tower. End! Yeah, well. And that was what some people considered the worst case of the series? What? What? I had a delightful no trial. That was all investigation, huh? The runaway room. Next time. Next time. Buckle up. That was the worst case. Huh. Some people were saying that they don't like case 3, but because of the trauma. I mean, I can understand if it's, yeah, people don't like that it's only investigation, but considering I came to this from the investigation games, which were mostly more dialogue heavy, they had like their simulation of like court, kinda, but it was different. I mean, I don't think a lot of people say it's mid. I think some people are just like, yeah. People in the case, what? Some people are saying they don't like case 3. Case 3 slaps. I love case 3. Is there really a case 2 if you think about it? Well, sure, yeah. Worse mechanically or worse than gut wrenching? I don't know. Some people were just saying they thought that 1 and... Some people were saying they didn't like case 1. Some people were saying the case 2. Whatever. I mean, I really enjoyed that. As like introduction to Sholmes, obviously a good time. Establishing this dynamic with them. I love the deduction sequence, whatever they called it. The spectacle of it is top notch. Just the presentation, the harsh shadow on the background as he's pointing around in the spotlights and stuff. Like, that's all phenomenal. I feel like that gives the idea, I'm assuming, I don't know, that was an outlier as like a chapter that was only investigations. They're sort of establishing it. And it made sense to kind of keep it a bottle episode on the ship. To then be like, let's move this to a courthouse would have been very long. But if that's like a sign of things to come, that I feel like that breathes a very necessary jolt of energy into an investigation. Because that's sort of the problem, if you want to call it that, of Ace Attorney in general, is that the investigation phase is very important, but tends to be lower paced and lower stakes, and a little bit more like point and click adventure gamey. And for my 2 cents, I enjoy that. I enjoy adventure games. I enjoy getting to root around in these little environments and seeing the art and characters run around and stuff. It's fun. Yeah, boat court. I mean, the ship's captain could have been like, all right, I'm the captain, so I'm the judge. They could have done something with it, but I think it was good. I mean, I think the weakest thing for case 2 is just how tight it is. You feel very claustrophobic in just like 2 rooms in a hallway. Like, it's very narrow in scope. But I think that worked to the case's benefit. But it is a lot of time to spend in not a lot of locations. But again, like the investigation sections having these potential spikes of intensity of like, okay, here's what we know, and then he's just wrong about everything. It's just very fun. So let's look up the Elven Future case. Maybe? I don't know. Because on the one hand, I'm like, well, is the game gonna do a decent job explaining stuff to me that I understand? Because I always also feel like, just like Renosuke, that's fair. I also feel like it is a crutch, but I can be like, hey chat, what's the cultural significance of this thing they just brought up? In a way that's not spoilery, which is not that's not like, I don't want to rely on that, but I feel like there's no way for me to internalize all of the historical context. Main cast so far, I like them. It's good. I didn't dislike anyone from case 1. I just knew I wanted to see more of the characters and spend more time with them. But yeah, Ryunosuke is really growing on me. Susato had the biggest glow up from case 1. Like, her introduction was fine, but she's mostly like relegated to the background, stands off the side, very quiet and demure, and you don't really get a sense of her personality or what she wants. That was sort of to be expected. But traditionally, Ace Attorney's done a really good job exploring their assistant characters and finding depth in them and having to be a nice foil to the main protagonist. So I don't think it's weirdly absent because they're focusing on the dynamic between Kazuma and Ryunosuke and the court system, and they're teaching you about the trial. She's just sort of introduced, and then she comes in with the Deus Ex Machina at the end to be like, and now the case is saved. So like, that makes you more attached to her, be like, she saved me, hooray. But this, obviously, just that moment with the smile alone was like, it felt very earned, and that's very gratifying. Where like, she's excited to work with Ryunosuke. It's not like, oh, I get, like, Kazuma's dead, so I guess you'll do. Like, she feels like she's genuinely excited about it, and like, that's exciting. And that's a different dynamic than we've seen in previous, like, Maya was a very different dynamic, of course, and the people like Athena and Trucy that Apollo was paired up with also had a different vibe to that. So yeah, it always feels like that's like a later progression kind of thing anyway. Because she's a woman, exactly. Which I'm curious if in England they'll be like, nah, it's fine. What do you mean no? So. Because the worst of a thing, even when it's good, always feels off to me. Like I could technically feel. Yeah. I mean, I think that it is valid in some previous Ace tourneys, again, that people have been like, oh, this case, like, it's usually case 3. It's usually kind of, like, either case 2 or case 3 is just kind of like a big bloated case that kind of takes a while to get to what it's talking about, and it's just kind of like, this could have been trimmed down a bit, and those are the things where I'm like, I still enjoyed it, but it could have been a little bit tighter. But, yeah, I still have really enjoyed this journey, and we'll pick this up next time. So, with case 3, which... I just assumed the whole game took place in Japan, but I guess not. I guess we're going on a boat, we're going to England, and unless something happens, we're gonna go to trial. I hope we get a judge with a big powdered wig. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. So we'll see when we get there. Let me get caught up on stuff though. Appreciate y'all hanging out and chatting and lurking and whatever you're doing. Having a good time, I hope. Really appreciate it. Toby Hunter, thanks for 10 months. Toaster Posey, thanks for 63 and a tier 2. Y'all having a normal one here? As normal as can be. Evil Conqueror, thanks for 11 months. That's almost the year. Wait a sec, is that Sholmes? Onsta gun. Guns out. Buns out. Mild Mannered Apricot, thanks for 5 years. Rotate. JC Prop, thanks for the 50 bits. Best of luck. Yeah, I don't have any suggestions. But if you have any ideas for what JC Prophet could go with their new name, they're all ears. Alzumagia, thanks for 50 bits. Has there been a dying message in the series that wasn't BS? It's always something. I don't know, but it depends on your definition of BS, but I think it's always something. It's usually meant to be misleading, so yeah, it's BS in that way. I'm a computer, thanks for 75 months. How time flies, that's like 1 year, right? I think so. Sword Maiden, thanks for the raid. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. His theme, yeah. His theme is very good and very silly. Ate a few flames. Yeah, we've brought some, not since earlier, but... Case 3 is the 3rd case of this game. Hey! What'd I just say about spoilers? But inspired by the Layton crossover. Yeah, I wonder if that was part of it. If he just enjoyed the, like, period piece element of Layton crossover. Obviously, that's with an asterisk. And just like, yeah, I don't know. Wonder where it came from. Stop eating my frames. I need those. Unimaginative Peanut, thanks for 41 months. I didn't know there was this many months. Allison DePaz, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Blue on the Run, thanks for 14 months. Waiting for this game. Looking forward to the VOD. Hello from VODlands. Keeping up with the good work. I love your stuff. Yeah, woo. I must pass out. It is demon hours. Take care, bye. I've heard of the witching hour, but I'm not familiar with demon hours. But I know what you mean. Also, thank you for all of this. Talking about stuff with the translation and whatnot. Bloober Doober, thanks for soup. I hope you'll consider making a Rionosuke emote. Yeah, I would like to. I think it'll just come down to if I have time and if I doodle something that I like. Because if I just draw the character and go, there's your emote, I feel like that's not as fun as like, I want the emote to encapsulate an idea or an emotion or like a thing he does in the game. So we'll see. Hopefully I can find something that I like. And if not, I'll just see what's on BTTV and be like, here you go. We already have one, but you know, he's still like, just want to see the boy. The boy. Sholmes box. Put him in a box. I don't have I mean, whatever. I was gonna say I don't have the skill. I probably could make something. It's not exactly as I pictured in my head, but I would like to draw him upside down inside the wardrobe with chicken, NyQuil chicken, asleep. That's a fun visual in my brain. Variable Violet, thanks for 69 months. Nice. Wire Mouse, thanks for 100 bits. Sholmes as a vampire would be great. It explains every question I have. Josh Warby, thanks for 47 months. Agents, your target is a young yaoi man aboard a ship traveling out of Japan. That's everyone on the boat. Atsuki Okami, thanks for 20 months. Maury Sterney, oh boy, oh boy. Rainy Mountains, thanks for 100 bits. Talking about milk snakes. Carrollton, thanks for 25 months. Demista, thanks for 2 months. That snake is just chilling. Figment, thanks for 77 months. What'd I win? Everything. Allison DePaz, thanks for 2 years. Azul, thank you for additional bits. Maybe people did complain and also ended up like Hosonaga. They got beaten up. Books Moe, thanks for 100 bits. This case will always be the one where Rionosuke's best friend / mentor dies by tripping over a kitten. That is what happened. Pangolin Montanari, thanks for soup. What was that tie red herring? It was. Mari, thanks for soup. The Dance of Deduction was Shutakumi's first idea for Ace Attorney. He envisioned going around correcting a detective. He eventually changed his mind and made it about lawyers instead. That is neat. And that's also why you never know when an idea if you have an idea, write it down. Put it somewhere. You can find it again. Because sometimes you revisit an old idea and you're like, wait, I can do this now. Or wait, this makes sense now. So it is always fun to hear about like, oh yeah, this person had this idea 10 years earlier or whatever, and then finally found a way to make it work. And it's a very fun thing. So, more or less humiliating me being killed by Red White's goofy ass. They're bad for different reasons. A laughing Sholmes VTTV, might link it? Sure. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, I don't know how to write the word permit. And Azul, thanks for 50 bits. Sholmes is really fun. I like how he's wacky and of course, and off course, but also is like, hey, Naruhodo, look at this article about the princess right from the start, as if he's always kind of looking her way. Gives an idea that even when he's being an oddball, he isn't as dumb as you might originally think from his really wild deductions, but he's also not infallible either. It's a good balance. Also, Susato's fun too. Yeah, I definitely agree. Sholmes lol. Yeah, that's fun. My thought is always like, how well does it read as an emote? I think that reads fine. Yeah, I'll even though I'm wrapping up, I'll refresh chat so it's visible on stream. Yeah, I am very... I knew almost nothing about Sholmes' personality other than he made Onsta and Karina feel insane, which that's a lot of Ace Attorney. So I really didn't know a lot. I didn't go in knowing really what to expect from his characterization. I didn't know if he was going to be super competent. I don't know if it was going to be like where they landed so far from just going off one case. I really like the vibe. I think, as I was saying,
Trogdor was a man. I mean, he was a dragon man.
What do you mean?
Or maybe he was just a dragon, but he was still Trogdor.
Quantum idiot is an amazing phrase. Thank you for the Hamiaka logic. A quantum idiot is kind of, it's like he's smart until you measure him, and then no, he's smart or he's stupid until you measure him, and then it collapses down. Like something like there's something there that I'm like, no, that makes sense to me. Schrodinger's dingus. Yeah, I just it is a very fun balance where, yeah, like as Oswald said, there is an element to him where you're like, he's not completely incompetent, but he's also not that smart. But he might be smarter than he's letting on, but he also might be dumb as bricks. It's just, I don't know. It's fun. I enjoy it. Also, Aku, thanks for the Emmy. Obligatory birthday Emmy. Just turned 27. Must thank you for introducing me to the wonders of MMR and Archipelago. Majora's Mask Randomizer and Archipelago. Had a blast during Cars. Would love to watch the streams, but I've only played a little bit of Taga and don't want to get spoiled. Hope you have fun. I'm having a great time so far. I hope you enjoy these games when you get to them. And thanks. We will be doing another async eventually. Not near future, but we've been doing some work on the Discord server. There's now a dedicated randomizer channel, and we're still working on figuring out, we do want to introduce a rando opt-in role, so then people can be like, @rando, and just ping everyone in the server who might want to take part in a rando. Because even if I'm not doing an async, I want to facilitate people in the community doing it. There's already been one multi-world that happened, I think, last weekend. So people are doing randos. So if you want to do randos, join the Discord. Thanks so much, Rangan. I'll be back on Thursday. Appreciate everyone hanging, and hope it was fun. I really enjoyed these games so far, and there's more to come. Let's raid Cammy, who's playing Phasmophobia, I think, with Bath. At least I've been hearing Bath through the wall. So let's do that. Hosting more soon. Yeah, I expect there might be. I need to look at my schedule because I never remember. I also don't like post my schedule publicly because plans change when I'm like have things planned with other people. But yeah, there might be streams like in between. But I'm gonna see this game through. I'm not gonna be like, all right, that's it. I'm gonna continue the game in a year. So anyway, yeah, NyQuil Chicken. We can NyQuil Chicken raid. I think that's fair. Thanks. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging, everybody. I gotta go. And, God, yeah. We went from Beef Swap to NyQuil Chicken. It's been a hell of a game so far. I'm still mad about Beef Swap. I'm gonna be real. Thanks. Yeah, I'll be back. Have a good one. I'm out. I don't have anything else to say. I'm gonna send the raid. Appreciate it. So, Cammy, go enjoy some Phasmophobia. Whatever you're gonna do. Get the fuck out of here. Goodbye. Shoot. Get out. Shoot. Get out. Get out of here. Shoot. Goodbye. Thanks for watching, VOD Watchers. Hope you enjoyed Case 2 of Taga. I'm gonna go. Hope you're enjoying the game, and see you next time. Or not. Okay. Goodbye. 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 Bye. 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 Bye.